All right. Looks like our first game is kicking off here. Welcome to the... Wait, are we live? Are we live? We are live. Hey, chat, we got some folks in chat. Can you confirm if we're live and ready to go? All right. Well, I just heard myself on stream very delayed, but that means we are kicking this thing off officially. So welcome to the 2025 Megacity Championship. My name is Cody, and joining me in the commentator booth this weekend, actually, I don't know how long you're going to be here, Neil, but it's Neil. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Hey everyone, I'm Neil, Nike Ride in NetSpace. I've been playing Netrunner 2 years. Excited to be here commentating today.
Awesome. And we are just getting started with the day here. We're figuring out actually who's on stream.
I believe we've got Stephen Lee playing Padma and Yi on Ob. Okay.
Wonderful. All right. Well, Neil, how do you think about this matchup going into this game?
This is an interesting one. I think I'm familiar with Steven's kind of style of play, and so I have kind of some sense of what's going here. I don't know how much I want to kind of use that here, but I think Padma really wants to attack R&D early, and Ob has a couple options, but I think we can expect to see Steven trying to make an attack on R&D, and we'll want to see get some protection there for now.
That's right. Now, if I'm, Steven sitting across from an ob, I'm immediately trying to tease out: is this an assets ob? Is this tempo ob? Which is, I guess, over the last competitive season, last month or two over Mega Cities, it's been really popular. You've typically seen in the top 8. Of course, there's a number of eggs, Alco representing the top cut quite frequently, but we've seen a lot of ob. Most recently, we've seen a number of tempo ob with a pretty unique and different sort of splash. I've seen a tempo ob with a measured response kill backup plan, and then another one just good stuff and go. We'll see, potentially a good amount of humanoid resources as a great, card to be able to fetch. It's Rashida at home, which can also fetch Spin Doctor on the pop for Ob to be able to fetch even more gas. So we'll see. As a runner there, I'm going to be looking out to see, get the earliest signal possible to be able to understand, is this assets? Is this tempo? How am I going to be dealing with the threats that the corporation puts on the board?
Yeah. What cards do you think you're scared of in this matchup as the runner?
Well, I think if I'm sitting at, well, let me flip it around. If I'm the corp and I see Padma sitting across from me, it can kind of snowball, right? And I think Padma typically needs to put together, again, there's so many different brews. It's not a very popular runner, but if I'm thinking Padma, I'm probably thinking, is it Cacophony? Charging,
Yeah.
potentially Dag, right? Like, and so if I'm thinking about this as a corporation and obviously as a runner, it's probably potentially combo based, right? And if I'm reaching for Padma, I'm probably going to want to be doing something with those charge counters and power counters. So, if I'm the runner, I'm probably thinking about potentially losing cards to damage. So Bladderwort is going to be one that I want to take down, right away. I understand what was pretty popular, I think around, I think it was American. I forget the exact tournament, but I know Whiteblade played a sort of a damage forward, ob with a lot of Bladderworts, and it also had a fought installed that could.
Has this danger of thinning out R&D by itself by triggering the ability. And so that might be something if this game goes a little later that Padma is incentivized to run R&D, Ob is incentivized to increase agenda density in R&D. So that might become exciting later on.
That's right. Now, wait, are both players Steven? Or is it the overlay?
I'm not too sure about Yi's name.
Okay. It would be pretty fascinating. We'll have to refer to them as Corp and Runner here, but we'll figure that out.
And well, so the runner today is Stephen Lee, who is actually reigning startup world champion. So has made a little bit of a name for himself.
Mm-hmm. And originally from Bay Area meta, so I've also played with a number of games with Steven, and no doubt always brings a very strange brew. I would bet his corporation is going to be Jinteki, as has been a diehard PE player and have nothing but mad respect for the brews that he brings. So really interested to see what he's cooked up this weekend with Padma. Might be a good idea to at least take a moment to at least discuss the city, like the tournament at large. We're looking at 22 players, which you gotta love it. Just seeing a nice round number in terms of the player count here. And looking at the tournament, the names here, there's a couple of well-known players. And enough about that, because we are off and running, getting into the mulligans, and both players saying, you know what? Nah. Shuffling back up here. So, Neil, as corporation, what are you hoping to see against Padma in your starting mulligan?
Yeah, it's a little hard to make a call without knowing this ob's game plan, given that the deck is so flexible, but I think I probably want to see an economic asset early and some ice with ideally some kind of face check for R&D. Maskirovka might actually be perfect because it's got both a face check and an end the run on it, but something to make sure that, because you can bet that this Padma has some good charge targets, we want to prevent those as early as possible.
Yeah, that's right. If I'm Corp though, there's a balance there between I guess risk. Like you said, you do really want to push those economic assets forward, which typically means you're putting a remote. So there's a
Yeah.
risk there of, do you want to ice turn one R&D and take it a little bit slower? And it looks like that's exactly what the Corp does here. Just looks like draw, install, which, is immediately not what you want to see as a Padma who wants that open R&D.
Yeah, and I think like this is something we see in the elevation meta a lot, where icing HQ and R&D is actually often quite good
That's right.
compared to
And
what it used to be. Okay, seeing a spark.
spark of inspiration, and we find the Lobby. Okay, so definitely signals what we got going on here. I'm seeing a burner, telework contract,
I believe
Harmony
that altar
AR.
is a cataloger. Is
Okay,
that right?
good call. I'm gonna have to depend upon you for these alts.
Yeah. I might have to check my binder on that one.
Yeah, I bet. Okay, 3 credits, and Spark of Inspiration says, "Hey, I'm gonna get $5 as a discount from this Lobby summon." And all of a sudden now, R&D is looking pretty juicy. Runner goes down to 2 credits, so might be difficult to get in. Might be a painful face check. We'll see the rest of the turn here.
I think I can spy a telework in hand maybe there. Just what Steven needs. But some immediate pressure here, threatening to run.
That's right. Now the interesting balance here is Lobby Summon plus Kit Riel, which turned Ice into a code gate, was a great combo that continued to charge Lobby. Without that combo, you're really dependent upon Padma to be able to add charges, and so it's somewhat of a delicate balance where you can lose your charge in Lobby Summon, and all of a sudden you can no longer break its barriers. Is that correct?
No, so I think sentries you can't be broken right now because
But
or
once
you're talking about what Lobby can break with.
exactly.
Yeah, it normally breaks code gates and can break barriers with counters. Yeah, if you're the corp, how do you react to this install, do you think?
It's a good question. All of a sudden your remotes, where Ob and Whalen faction in particular has just a plethora of pretty good gear check remote and good barriers. So if I'm seeing that, all of a sudden, the potential jam next turn is not looking as hot, because Steven and the runner here can just charge into the remote. So I would actually potentially need to really rethink my turn order here. And we're seeing an ice installed. I think that might have been a Maskarovka. Okay, and there we go. We're saying let's
Really
lock it
respected.
up. And I think that was a
Nice.
tithe on R&D, is that right?
I didn't quite see it. Okay, but that makes a lot of sense. Cheap to res and would be pretty painful to run through for a counter.
Yeah, it's a great install.
Also notably the one type that isn't showing a breaker right now. I did confirm in my binder, by the way, that was a cataloger. So I think we have some sense of what the charge targets are going to be in this deck. We have Lobby, we have cataloger.
I would assume we have a full play set of Dr. Nuka as well.
Mm-hmm.
Now the interesting thing here is where's the influence coming?
Yep.
I happen to absolutely love Cacophony. It is just a great card. But with the 3 influence splash, it's a lot to ask.
It is, and then the 3 credits is no small amount either. Especially in in order to fit in some of these charge targets, you might be having to cut money or draw.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like there hasn't been a problem. Another telework coming down.
Just huge density of econ. And, it looks
And
like
a stone ship.
That's right. And, in this matchup where charge cards or charging cards is so critically important, that chart room might actually just be at a charge more often than you find the other multimodal option here of draw 2 cards.
Right. We also have seen 4 ice and no assets. I mean, so maybe this is suggesting that this is more of a scoring focused ob.
Yeah, we're seeing lots of ice here, which you typically don't want to see against a Shaper. Shaper's a faction that's feels a little bit, mid to late game or a little slower than some of the other options of, Sable and Hoshiko. And as a corporation, you typically win by outpacing, Shaper's sort of strong late game inevitability. So if I'm the corporation here and I'm seeing all this ice coming into my hand, having to pay credits for installs, it's got to feel potentially pretty rough here. So maybe not the best draw that the corporation's, was hoping for, but we'll see this pay out. It's certainly going to be difficult for, the current breaker suite, just Lobby, to be able to penetrate all this ice. But I think from a corporation side, my motivation or main target would be trying to get econ as fast as possible.
For sure. And I think I also saw one of the STS alt arts in hand there. So that's kind of interesting, both from the perspective of if the corp can score STS and trash the Lobby, that's a pretty big hit. And also it's kind of protecting itself quite well right now, given that Stephen likely doesn't want to give up his big breaker for that STS.
That's exactly right. And I think SDS is public enemy number 1 when you're playing a deck that has probably 2, maybe 3 icebreakers. If you're running Spark of Inspiration, you're probably only on a single Lobby or a single Orca, which is tough ask to be able to trash one of those. So typically Padmas or runners that have this breaker suite are going to run. Let's see, is Compile even in the format
Nope.
anymore?
I think Compile is gone. I think Best Run is also gone, so it might just be Simulchip and the Anarch recursion programs.
We did see a Harmony AR therapy
okay.
in hand, so there is an option to be able to pull it back, but not quite as fast of an option.
Interesting. So we see Fencer, Fueno, and Cataloger come down. So we're seeing some of the influence spent now on Fencer Fueno, which money can be spent after successful runs, so typically for trashing.
Mm-hmm. And Fencer's just an all-out, just great card. It's within this new, meta. I think you have to have an answer for assets, and Shaper has Azimuth, but if you have 2 big breakers and you're fetching them with Spark of Inspiration, you certainly can't run an Azimuth. So that makes a ton of sense. Single pip of an influence, all of a sudden you have, just a slow drip that you can use to take down assets and charge, whenever you're, well, not technically charge, but acquiring more counter or credits on it as you're stealing and touching agendas. So it's just an all-around great card for a single pip of influence.
Yeah, absolutely. And the clause on it's actually more flexible than you might think at first glance. You can use it to spend. You can spend it on cupulation. You can spend it on various other things that happen after the end of the run. You can use it on buy-a-bans. Okay, so we see a ritual, so some more card draw, the diesel replacement of this meta. And our console Onicom coming down.
And you know, this is just what the corporation needed here. And if I'm Steven and I'm seeing this anthill get rezzed, obviously cards is important, cards and money, but at the end of the day, that ob trash is just so critically important. You know, being able to fetch a 2-coster, and now that we're seeing more cards in the corporation's hand, we're getting a better picture of really what's going on here. And here we go. That money econ card that we were saying is most certainly going to be trashing the anthill to fetch a 2-coster. Yep, that's it.
This is good. Often you give we see a Hollow Man coming out.
Mm-hmm.
So immediate scoring threat is now present. I don't know if, the corp will be on, I think, 9 or perhaps 10 credits, or either 10 or 11 credits after this. Wonder if they will be able to really protect this Hollow Man.
There are some pretty big ice here. I do
We
see
saw an envelopment in hand.
Yeah,
earlier.
exactly. Envelopment is just such a wonderful ice in this meta. It turns out no breaker can deal with it quite well, and it immediately turns into a 4-cost ice on break. So it's just such a good option on the remote early game. Even for Lobby, Lobby has a good breaking strength, but at the end of the day, you still have to pay the subs to be able to break it.
You do have to boost twice, so it's a pretty good break point as well.
Mm-hmm. And there we go. So, what do you think the corporation jammed here, Neil?
On 8 credits, it's hard to say. I think it could even be the SDS saying if you run, maybe I pay to keep you out, but maybe I let you come in and give up your lobby, depending on whether or not you've gotten another program down. It could also be a defensive upgrade. I don't know. A defensive upgrade with envelopment in front might be a really good way to drain a bunch of credits. Because the problem is Hollow Man is pretty expensive to use here. It costs, I believe, 6 credits to score 5-3 off this Hollow Man.
The runner contesting the remote here.
Okay. Is this the first run of the game?
I believe so. I like the jam if it is an SDS. It's sort of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. I think at the end of the day, taking down a lobby here in this board state is going to be pretty good for the corporation if you can have I think a recovery plan.
I don't know if the economic situation is worth the cost here, because if I'm Steven, maybe I'm thinking you're not threatening to score out a 5-3. If I'm not too worried about any 3-2s, I might just be okay to bounce here and let this envelopment start weakening itself over time.
It's certainly true. It's not a clear-cut call here on either direction.
Especially because this lobby would go down to 0 counters if I'm not mistaken, and then charging it becomes harder unless you use Stone Chip right now. Having a think here makes sense. It's quite a bit of investment.
With ice, do I have a window to pop to?
I think you do. And I think we see Steven pointing
in the same
to Stone Chip, so he's thinking about it.
Okay, here we go.
All right. Okay.
Making the call. Steven saying, "I'm taking it down." It's always fascinating and awesome to see chart room being reused for the other mode here, which typically chart room is just anti-kill protection, but you gotta love seeing it charge some cards once in a while.
Absolutely. I think when you remember it can be used for that, it can lead to some beautiful plays. Charging twinning is often a very impactful way to use it as well. So, supposing this is the SDS that we liked as a jam,
Trust me,
would
yes.
you what would be your thinking if you're the runner here? Do you want to steal an SDS and then plan to play Harmony AR therapy?
So this is trash.
Yes.
Oh, we're letting it trash. I think something we didn't mention here is that Steven had a choice as to whether to let envelopment trash itself or to break the trash step. Allowing it to trash itself gives the corp an ob trigger.
Okay.
And I'm not trashing our card.
I believe there's a Stavka alt
Okay,
art,
so I'm
if I'm not
trying to stop
mistaken.
it now.
No.
That would make
You
sense
already passed the first ice.
with the pew pew shooty art here.
I'm gonna check my binder real quick, but I don't know if I have that one.
It's a program, got it.
Yeah, that certainly makes sense. Now, for the viewers out there, Steven has already passed the ice, so it's not encountering that again. I believe that's the Maskarovka. Yep. Which
Okay.
is just such great ice placement. Really effectively saying, look, you're going to have to use all of your charge counters down here to be able to.
So
Oh,
we're lighting it
looks
fire.
like just bounced.
Yeah, I'm letting it fire.
Okay, bouncing. What a good ice. An effective single res or a single credit res there with the face check of gaining 2 credits back to the corporation.
Rising.
And we're discarding into the depth. Okay. So it was not an agenda that looks like a humanoid.
And then
Yep, that's a humanoid,
mandatory.
which is just what the corporation needs to be able to bounce back here.
Trashing this.
Probably going to be fetching a spin doctor, I'd imagine.
4.
Well, I guess
Then I'm gonna get
the spin doctor gets pulled before the humanoid triggers, or what's the order here?
I've never fired that live. I believe
I'm gonna get a Mitchell.
spin doctor would fire first.
Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like this Hollow Man was
Pulling a Mitra, okay.
pulling a Mitra.
So far, I think this, at least the inf that I've seen, is almost card perfect for Augustus Caesar's list. That was popular recently. Mitra ends up being such a cool card in this list and creates just a ton of opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, right away we see that this Stavka maybe doesn't want to be sitting here at 2 strength, but an envelopment that's fresh would be quite valuable.
3. So
That's exactly right. And I keep forgetting whenever I see Mitra, you can pull it from archives too.
You can.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're seeing an install off the humanoid resources trigger into the remote. And an install in a new remote.
then hedge fund.
And we're playing
Hedge fund.
based on looks like hedge fund. So now this jam, you think this is what would you be jamming here?
Oh, 100% an agenda. I
Yeah.
think at this board state, I'd be more than comfortable jamming the SDS here. I don't think Steven's going to be charging it. Although I think they just drew. I thought that might have been a spark that I saw just go into hand, but
Okay, we're checking the unprotected remote, looks like.
It's a cyber set.
A cyber sand.
taking it down with Fencer money. I don't know how many credits was on Fencer, but
I think it was 3, and so 1 was paid from the credit pool.
Cyber Sand's such a good card. Being able to just put it out naked and 4 to trash is just such a big ask for the runner. It's tough to do, but it represents, just a ton of value. Another humanoid resources on demand. So it definitely feels like you need to trash. And here we go. Is that an Azef?
No, I think that is the SDS alt.
Okay,
and so
SDS.
the low B goes down.
Yep.
That's a big swing in fortunes here.
Big swing. Now, I'm still seeing. We must have seen blue credits stacked there.
Draw.
I think there's 2 in the stack there, so I believe the corp's on 7.
And we got our first score of the weekend here. So Corporation's on 3 points now, and the runner is thinking, how do I climb back from this? That's a huge, huge hit. We're seeing some influence also in the runner's hand here. It looks like that's a clean getaway. And then last turn, I think maybe 2 turns ago, we saw Mystic hit the board as well. So starting to see some influence take shape here, and it seems like this seems to just be good stuff, Shaper with a Padma flavor in terms of an icebreaker suite, which I gotta love. You know, huge shout out. I think it's a great twist on sort of a cross between like run-based, you know, value econ with clean getaway, trying to get some charges up, and just a bunch of money here.
All right, we see some things in the bin. Kessleroid, and another ice alt art. I think that was sandstone. Not 100% sure.
Mandatory?
And
But yeah, this seems to be a pretty stable shell. Mamie taking money, Anakam giving draw for playing the events she already wanted to play.
I see 2 sure gambles in hand too.
Okay.
But it seems like money is not quite the problem. I'm looking at a sort of time and draw issue right now from the runner side, needing to really get some breakers back up. SDS being the first score there was just a huge, huge swing.
And with this Hollow Man in the remote, a score can be threatened every turn if there's the money for it.
Yes, I'm scoring this. So this is Azef.
Okay.
I need to trash first.
Yep.
Actually, I should trash first and then score. This one. And then score.
Seeing an Aziev scored, trashing the second ice from HQ. That'll trash 2 cards from hand. 1 hedge fund. Or, excuse me, sure gamble. And a burner.
Great hits. Now I missed that. Was that a fast advance?
I am not totally sure.
Spark.
Okay, we got another spark coming out, and here comes the big old whale. Orca hitting table. That is a 10 cost icebreaker, Sentry killer. Starts at base 3 and can handle pretty much any sentry in the game for, is it 4 credits?
It's 3.
2 to boost, 2 to...
Oh, I see. That's your point. Yeah,
2 to break anything.
correct. 4.
Looks like Paladin came up, which might be a little too late. And wow, here comes the sure gambles. Okay, and look at that. We have another access to another breaker, which is great. We'll see if Steven can convert. We're going to need to get some money, play that third spark. Oh, potentially playing it now. Thought about it and then thought, you know, maybe there's no point right now. What I find interesting is, you know, we saw 2 teleworks hit the table very early in the game, and Steven just hasn't had the time to be able to click, you know, click for credits. Drawing cards has been the limiting factor on the runner side.
Yeah, and I think you did talk about this deck probably playing 3 Nukas. I don't know if we've even seen one.
Take 3 credit and then.
That's right.
Okay, all yours. And I have 1 discard.
Okay, we can see the corpse credit pools more clearly now. They appear to be on maybe 4.
Draw for 1.
Yeah, so that was a click for 3 credits turn from the corp, looks like.
Do you recognize that alt art that just hit the table? Next
That
to
is a
you?
Nuka.
Okay,
The one next to Mamie?
Yeah,
Yeah, that is
there
a
you
Nuka from Worlds last year.
got it. Install Nuka and click it.
Nice.
Okay. And
Oh, Harmony.
there it is. Okay. Interesting. So there's a lot of R&D multi-access showing here with the two catalogers on the table.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think is should the runner's game plan kind of be at this stage? Do you try to lock the top of R&D immediately? Do you try to deal with this remote and get rid of the threatening Hollow Man?
It's a great question. I think at this point HQ is the biggest threat here. I don't think Corporation has enough credits to be able to fast advance, but if I'm looking at that burner in hand, I'm thinking I gotta take it down.
Oh,
Or
but
maybe
we're seeing
And then last credit.
4 credits spent.
Trashing this.
Okay.
Oh, Asef, good game. Oh, there must
Oh.
have been other credits underneath.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
must have missed a credit there.
Okay,
Okay.
fascinating. And that's GG just going ahead
Yeah.
and
I had low-
Hollow Manning out for the win.
I had a little bit of
What a
money.
great
Yeah,
game.
what a great game. And you can see how the Mithra makes it so hard to run. And then the SDS score that we spoke about just on turn 1, it was in hand. And the Corp found a line there
That's
to get it
right.
out.
Initially I was sort of thinking that the way that the cards are kind of coming out here with all this ice didn't quite hit, but the money and econ with the anthill going straight into the extract to be able to bounce up was just great timing. Humanoid landed at the right time, so they were the corporation was really able to just keep the gas on the whole time and keep the pressure up. And you're right, I think SDS is probably just absolute goated this game. Really hard against this breaker suite. But well played to both players. So we have some numbers here. Probably worthwhile to sort of, while we're waiting for this next game to start, to talk a little bit about just the breakdown, the tournament, and what's going on here. So first of all, the tournament is based in Burbank, California. Apparently, the venue is, I think it's an old, what was that here? I think it was an old medical center or something. It's just this huge event space. There's 22 players here. And we have some breakdowns of the actual distribution of IDs here. So we're looking at 22 players, and on the runner side, we see 14 criminal runners, 3 shaper, and 5 anarch. Wow. This meta is criminal pilled.
Well, I think, it's something we see, I think, on the West Coast a little bit. I know the Bay Area meta very much favors criminal, myself included. But kind of shocking to see, given that AUCO has been kind of a big threat. And criminal's known to not deal with damage so well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Although I will say Sable has a great game against Alco. Just the pressure you can apply to centrals. You just have a ton of money and run-based money, so it's really hard sometimes to sort of create those, I guess, threats and have them stick on the board. Alco really shines when you can stick a cohort, but Sable running pinhole threading and most recently also running air blades has a lot of answers to the Alco matchup. So I'm not surprised. And we'll certainly see. I'm looking at the list of runners out there, and I'm seeing a couple of Baz runners, a couple of Az. So it's not all just Sable, but the vast majority is certainly Sable.
And actually, I think if you saw the turn that you won, if you just continue and trash the humanoid, I think it will actually makes a difference. You have enough money to break.
No ID is being played by more than 3 players, which I think is just such a great meta, right?
Yeah.
Once you have that much diversity, it's just fun. It's just fun. You never know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, that's incredible. And I think we're seeing kind of the development of the meta where early on people were gravitating towards a smaller number of IEDs. I think Nebula and AUCO had started to stand out. But as we've developed, I think players have found other options on the Corp side.
That's absolutely right. Now, Neil, what would you have played this weekend if you showed up?
I think as a criminal player, I would have probably played some criminal. I personally would have played Muslihat, which I realize is not represented at all although I do think Sable is perhaps slightly better in my opinion. I do like the Musli Hat deck, and I think it's quite strong as well. On the Corp side, I would have likely played Ob, but more because that is my personal favorite deck than its strength right now.
That's
What
right.
about yourself?
Well, I myself, I just play a ton of Shaper, and frankly, I've been playing other runners, but I can't get off of Magdalene. I just feel like it has such a great matchup, and you know, I still think that this meta, while has course corrected to a lot of the sort of kill plans that corps tend to throw, and that's why we're seeing a lot more sort of tempo ob lists, and really lists that can kind of outpace some of the runners out there. But at the end of the day, I just don't want to die, so I'm playing something with 3 chart rooms regardless of whatever runner I'm bringing. Now, on the corporation side, frankly, I've been all over the place. Just having lots of fun with corporation. Maybe fun's not the right word. There's a word out there. Trying to be creative, be flexible, think outside the box, and of course,
Yeah.
a couple of tournaments ago, I showed up and I've certainly played Alco and I've really enjoyed it. It's just a great deck, and while I think a ban list is looming and coming and certainly going to hit, make it harder to be able to play the egg. No doubt, I still have a lot of fun with Alco.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Appreciate that. So we our stream team in our ears telling us we're going to go to a break here, but stay tuned and we'll get back to round 2 of the Los Angeles Megacity.
For this deck, I'm playing like 3 stone.
Right, looks like we're getting started with round 2. We've got Wikinometry, Fa playing Earth Station on the left here, and we've got Penguin Yasser playing Sable. What do you think about this matchup? We don't see Earth Station very much, huh, Cody?
I cannot tell you how stoked I am to see Earth Station on stream. A corporation after my own heart. I happen to just love Earth Station. It's typically never been the strongest, but I feel like it's fun. It creates new problems that the runner has to figure out, and for the most part, like having that turn 1 extra credit tax to be able to run HQ against a criminal's got to feel good. And then, of course, right, like being able to flip the Earth Station, go to the other side where you're now saying, hey, 6 credits to be able to run this remote can create some pretty dang good forks for the runner and scoring patterns. So I'm really excited. Fa is, by the way, a phenomenal player, has taken down a number of tournaments. Most recently took down, was it Pittsburgh District?
Pittsburgh District,
right?
That's right.
And Yasser, also a relatively new player, but very, very competitive. Top 16 worlds, is that correct?
No, but top 8 Cascadia
Mhm.
last year.
That's right.
Yeah.
But hasn't been playing a long time, but both highly, highly competitive players. So we're going to be expecting just an absolute awesome game here. So, all right, there's no meta call to be going off of what to expect or how to commentate. We're going to be coming into this matchup completely blind. But what kind of spice do you think is going to be showing up in this Earth Station list?
Honestly, not sure. I think we can expect. I think maybe the place to start is why would you pick Earth Station in this sort of meta? I think being able to deal with deep dive is maybe one reason. Earth Station has a few ways to that makes sense to score Transport Monopoly, an agenda that lets you block in the run triggers, and that could be impactful against something like Transfer of Wealth from this Sable as well. Not sure about other things. I think you would know best about Earth Station, to be honest. What would you put if you were building an Earth Station today?
That's actually a really good call. And oftentimes when I bring a runner list or rather a corp list, I'm thinking about teching usually for my own the own deck that I'm bringing, and it's a weird thing that happens sometimes. But I do know that deep dive is super prevalent, so I think it's a really good call and shout out for Transport Monopoly. It doesn't give you a lot of tempo, but hey, helping you not lose the game is infinite tempo. So, Earth Station. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, notably, Wiki is playing Sable, which often likes to play deep dive, so you might be onto something there.
Well, I'm going to give you the credit for that one, initially calling it out. So, no, actually, I'm going to take it. Transport Monopoly was fine. So, interestingly, Earth Station lost Crisium Grid, right, which is such a good ability and way to be able to protect HQ. So the interesting thing here is how do you keep the runner out of HQ so that you don't prevent a flip?
Mm-hmm.
And that's rhetorical. I don't have a good answer.
Well, the other card that we have been seeing lately that could be a spicy include is Zato. It looks like we can get a peek at some of the hands. I believe that was some HB influence spend in the corpse hand.
Managarm would make sense.
Yeah, that's true. A strong defensive upgrade. That might suggest no Zato, but Zato Grid, a favorite of mine, and something that has been seen in Obelisk recently as a way to create a scoring server out of Wayland. Zato lets you use any ice and trigger a subroutine by trashing. It's often quite a high cost, but very powerful effect.
That's right. And in this matchup, if you're expecting defensive upgrades, something like a Managarm on HQ, Pinhole becomes just such an important card in this Sable list. And, no doubt, I think I wouldn't, as a criminal, leave home with at least 2 Pinholes. So this Fa, I would also be expecting to be able to, or at least have to play around Pinhole or expect that it might be showing up at the right time.
Yeah, for sure. We can also likely expect to see Chesva out of this Sable, which would help counteract the HQ running tax that Earth Station often applies. All right, I believe we see a Maskarovka in hand.
Oh, fascinating. I think that Jinteki influence is the card. I'm forgetting the name now.
Oh, we see it
Peer
here.
Review. That's what it
Peer
is.
review.
This is such a cool
Fascinating.
card. I love it. You pick one card in hand to not show the runner, and then you get to install one card and a new remote. So this tells me that they're going to be.
Oh, so
It looks like
hiding. That's a logjam, I think.
a logjam. We see a Maskarovka. Okay, not going to show the logjam and says, "Hey, take a look." Okay, is that a Regolith?
Regolith, Anthill, and Maskarovka, I believe.
Great cards. Okay, we're just looking at like some damn good ice and some really good econ, which seems to be a fantastic start for Fa here. Okay,
And we are
there we go.
paying the flip. Okay.
Love this start. 6 credits to be able to run this naked remote, and you got to assume probably Anthill. You know, that's what I would be jamming first.
Looks like that is right. I see the Regolith in hand.
Okay.
So we have rolled Archives as the mark. Not maybe that best case scenario here. Would have loved to see R&D. All right, we're seeing a Bravado into HQ here.
Love this pressure.
The interesting part is, with all but one card unknown, this is, maybe a little bit more information about how valuable the run is than you'd expect. But Fa choosing to res a Winchester anyway, although it has no face check here.
This is just a three credit trace, and I believe Yasser's very willing to pay that, as bravado money is coming back, can flip, and then can actually charge. Oh,
no, I think he chose to bounce.
Just ended the run.
Not expecting to see. Okay, wow. So getting a lot of money off the bat with info bounty coming down, getting the click back with Sable, using Carpe Diem to run Archives,
and then last click draw on the Sable click.
Yeah. Okay. So strong economic start from both players. We should see some moves being made. And Fa draws a hedge fund, and there would have been another draw from Anthill as well. Hedge fund is played. Corp up to 9 credits.
Oh, great. We see a measured in hand. Measured response. Which makes a ton of sense. Seems like this Earth Station is sort of framed to be a bit of a rush kind of deck, Make it difficult to get into the remote, make it expensive with the ID, and then have a measured response backup kill plan. You gotta love it.
Yeah, it's great. Using our station as essentially like some sort of defensive upgrade / tax that makes measured response much more threatening. Yasser rolled R&D. Nice place to run, especially with a Hermes down. Now every score or steal threatening to bounce a card. Taking 2 credits off info bounty for the successful run on R&D here. And it stays. No Hermes bounce this click.
I want to remember Yasser's turn 1, click 1. And we'll talk about it in the outro. It's sort of the retrospective of the game here. But let's just put a pin into that. Okay, petty cash. Even more money here. We've seen. I think that draw was a Afshar. Is that right?
I didn't quite see it.
Yeah.
But do you think was that the Regolith that got jammed, or was there a new?
I didn't see the install, but that would make sense here. Against criminal, and especially if you have ice coming, you definitely really want to see a lot of money. You got to assume that every Sable is going to be playing 3 transfer of wealth, especially if you're seeing no free lunch on the table. All right, and here we go. Some visibility into the Breaker Suite. We see a Revolver, which is actually a unique choice. with Carmen in faction, which is just a pretty good breaker here. It has certainly different trade-offs than Revolver. What do you think about this call here of playing Revolver into this meta?
I think Revolver is an interesting choice for a list like Sable, where Criminal often these days wants to play 2 copies of each breaker, and I found myself playing 1 Revolver, 1 Carmen. I think could be a similar idea here, given that the philosophy being, if you see Revolver early, or you choose to pull it with Mutual Favor early, you now have the ability to threaten from a very low credit total. But you don't have to commit the extra money to installing and spending to use Carmen, but you can rely on Carmen as your long-term breaker in longer matchups. So that might be a little bit of what we're seeing here. I think it's quite a reasonable choice. Like, we can see immediate pressure here without having to worry about. Normally, it costs 5 to break Winchester with Carmen. Here, it should only cost 2, I believe, and 3 bullets.
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense. We're seeing just a regular Carpe Diem run here. So, no transfer of wealth. We're just getting some money, putting some pressure on HQ. And I believe HQ is the mark. Is that correct?
That's correct. So we get the info bounty and we get the flip back. So now the remote is much weaker.
That's
and we
right.
see the Afshar from hand.
And, I think, I don't know if you're that worried about any face checks here onto the remote. You got to assume, since Yasser did see the Regolith on turn, it might have been turn 1 jam with peer review. What do you think? Are you chasing after that Regolith with the corporation sitting on 11 credits?
I personally don't think I would, unless I had reason to believe that that is not a Regolith. But I don't think I would, unless there's a number of transfer wealths in hand that can be played. Like, if Yasser thinks that a lot of economic pressure can be applied soon, that would be when I would consider it. There's actually an Antil being revealed there.
Which, if that was the card that you would predict, then I'm sure you're charging that down.
100%. The draw here is much scarier for you than the money off the Regolith, I think. All right, and we're playing Petty Cash from the bin. This has been such a great card this season.
Gain your click now. Okay.
Click 2 draw? Click 3 draw.
It turns out a good amount of corps also want to just get rid of some things in hand. It's great to be able to throw it away to sabotage, Hansei review. You see it in Alco, you just chuck it in the bin. It's really great. One of the most, I think, uniquely positioned cards to sort of bind together so many corp strategies. It's really fascinating how often it shows up which at first read you're like, this is kind of weird, right?
Yeah. It serves as such good glue in so many decks right now. So Fa finally icing up R&D. Okay, and Antil only has 1 trigger left, but an immediate bravado into the remote.
Logjam getting rezzed here for 6 credits. It's going to be getting 2 back on the face check. What great subs on Logjam. Starting out at only 3 strength, though, which is not ideal, I think, for an initial res, but I got to assume there's probably a couple of tree lines in this Earth Station deck. With all of a sudden, you expend a tree line, and that ice is now a 6 strength barrier with 3 subs. Can't be boomeranged. You're only breaking that thing with Kurapira. So if I'm seeing a tree line, I'm probably going to just immediately expend that thing to just beef up that remote.
For sure, and with Inside Job out of the card pool now, criminals do not like seeing this card. We also see exciting influence, Seamless Launch in the corporation's hand. So we see, I think we also see 2 agendas. Is that a Basalt Spire and
I think it's a transport monopoly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. See, I have no idea what the art on that card looks like.
That's right. And then the very bottom card there, is that an auto campaign? Is that what I'm seeing here?
Is it?
I think so. I'm seeing 2, and it's a purple
It's a
card.
2 cost. That's true.
Yeah. So cool to see an auto.
Indeed. Okay, so it looks like we're scoring out at 5 3s and 4 2s, and we have a measured response as kind of a retribution card if the runner starts running unsafely. So you have Hermes installed, and you see a logjam on the remote. Are you trying to pivot your plan here to really focus on stealing from centrals at this point, especially with Thaw using her last click here to flip Earth Station? So it's even harder to run this remote.
It's a good call. Hermes is on the board, and I feel like at this point, this is where you're looking at the corporation. You're like, wow, you've got 14 credits, a bunch of ice already res. That's expensive. Probably feeling pretty good. But the way that I think Sable can really start snowballing is you just start attacking every single server, and Hermes makes it really, really tough to be able to stick an agenda, stick some ice, and so Sable can definitely snowball from this position and make it really tough swingy game plan. But we're seeing Fa say, you know what? We're going to go ahead and score a card here, and this is a scored transport monopoly. Yeah,
And
we
it's
got
a
a
reader.
reader. We got a reader, folks.
Where do you think this transport monopoly counter is getting used in this matchup? Or I guess there's 2 counters. I didn't even know that part.
Yeah, I thought there was actually more counters than 2. Shows how much we are actually readers ourselves.
Okay, and
there's
the
no shame in
Hermes
reading
bounce.
cards out here.
No, there is not. And yes, they're choosing to bounce the single ice on R&D. So R&D is now wide open.
Mystic.
Not super high value Hermes bounces.
Was that an R&D roll?
Click 1 draw.
I believe it's an archives roll.
Okay, archives.
Click 2 draw.
We also aren't showing any multi-access. And in terms of influence, we have seen, I believe that's Mamie and Stoneship. So what are you expecting to see here? Is this like a twinning plan or a deep dive plan?
Well, if you see Mamie, you probably think, at least one twinning.
I will play class act.
On the first class act of the game coming down as well.
So I'll try to make this better.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell how thick the stack is from here.
It does seem like Yasser's drawn a lot of cards this game.
Yeah, and seemingly manually without any draw cards having been played.
The most reliable card in the game here is the basic action card.
Okay, and we see a transfer of wealth in hand. Not sure if it's the most useful card on this board state. Maybe there's a Kurapira in hand.
No, but transfer of wealth is going to get played when you're trying to force a flip and then charge the remote, and that's exactly what you want to do here in terms of your play patterns. Oh, I love this card. Peer review hitting the. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not.
The turn. There's still a click left on the runner's side, I think, is what we're seeing.
No, I don't think so, because
yeah, there's 6 cards in the hand.
They drew up from class act.
You're right.
Okay, what are we seeing here? We're seeing an auto basalt. I think that might have been a Kesselroyd. I didn't catch the bottom ice.
What did we keep hidden? Not sure about that either.
Now the shuffle meta here is really interesting. The pull from the bottom and then flip it on top. You always gotta appreciate the different shuffle techniques. And here we go. We've got an install, advance.
So what does this cost if you to install Kurapira and run this remote? Looks like 6 credits for Earth Station, 3 to install Kurapira, and 5 to break Logjam. Is that right? So that's 14 credits, I think.
Yeah, that's certainly a line. And you showed the basalt, but is that basalt? Was there another? I didn't see the card that.
No, I don't believe there's any other advanceable card revealed.
Okay.
And there are also very few advanceable non-agendas anymore, right? I think it's just Vladisibirsk and Idiosyncresis.
There's some other traps, I think
There's
Erdika's
traps,
in
that's
there
true.
and things like that. But
that's true.
Okay,
we're
going
to see the transfer of wealth here.
Transfer. And this is click 2. Oh, I didn't notice this, but HQ is the mark, which is huge.
Great time to do it, just like you called it.
I'm going to use a Transport Monopoly card.
And we're blocking it with Transport Monopoly, as expected.
Okay, who knows Who knows the text enough? Wow, and there's the
Oh,
basalt.
there is a basalt in hand still.
Bounce.
Okay, so
Bounces.
adding the seamless to hand. So we have precision design at home over here with Basalt Spire, maybe one of the best sleeper cards from last year.
Shuffle this in a minute.
Such a huge swing, though.
Or on this spot. No.
Getting the flip, stealing the basalt.
Yeah.
And that implies the other. There was, like I see, there was another. That was the
There was
basalt
another
that was
basalt.
jammed.
Okay. Interesting. And I wonder if there's an Afshar in hand. Do you think that Afshar should have gone on HQ, or do you think that needs to go on HQ?
At this board state, I think it certainly does, but you gotta think about R&D at this point, and an Afshar on R&D,
Yeah.
that's wide open, I think is a great place for it. That's not ideal, but if you don't have any other options, it just gotta land.
Yeah, we do see the Carmen coming down here, so yes, they're preparing to be able to run the Winchester now that Revolver is out of bullets.
Verbal hitting the table.
Wow, okay.
A little late, potentially, but we'll see. I mean, Fa's only on 2 points here, so I think that Verbal's going to be able to draw at least 3, 4 extra cards, maybe.
Advance. Install.
Install, advance, and ice R&D.
That's right. Fa pulled the seamless back to hand.
Yeah.
So certainly threatening Basalt here, saying, look, you don't have a Kurapira. It's going to be expensive for you to get into HQ and the remote. And with that transport monopoly, creates a pretty good looking scoring window here.
I'll just take a boomerang out and reshuffle.
Yeah. Because you don't know. Do you know the?
Yeah, I think we're discussing. I believe that the boomerang was not shuffled in at the right moment. So it's being shuffled in right now. And oh, it was not a successful run because of Transport Monopoly. So this boomerang actually does get marooned
I forgot that part. That's cool.
in the bin.
That is exceptionally easy to forget.
And quite an impactful use of the Transport Monopoly, perhaps, in this matchup. I'm not sure if there are. We know Logjam. I'm not sure if there's other impactful 2 sub ice. But given that there's a Verbal on the table, there's a good chance this Sable draws through the deck.
That's right. Being able to look at 3 cards every single turn is a huge opportunity, and very quickly we'll be pulling Kurapira back to hand, or at least hitting the table here at any time. If I am looking at the runner's board state, well, here comes some more money. But I'm thinking the money can certainly bounce up, but
I'm gonna convert these all to ones for.
it is a little tight. You're going to want to be able to threaten.
Well, the thing is, without Kurapira, this info bounty money is not coming back. Without Chesva, these central runs are not super cheap. So I think it's not very far off for the Sable to be in a stable place financially, but we're not quite there yet. And it seems like the Corp is content to move pretty quickly on these scores, probably knowing that the measured response in hand can be a threat.
That's right. If this Basalt Spire does get scored, Va's in a fantastic position. Being able to effectively have one, measured in hands representing a 2-card kill combo. If the runner ever makes a run and doesn't actually have, and here comes Kurapira hitting the table, the runner doesn't have, credits and dips below 8, then it's lethal.
Yeah. I mean, there is a stone chip on the table, but I think 2 measured responses will still beat that if both can land.
Mandatory.
So I believe off of the last peer review, the measured response was likely.
Oh, fascinating. Fa going for the off-world. Chose to not play
So I'm gonna discard a card.
jam the basalt there.
And I wonder if Yasser deliberately choosing not to run R&D last turn to make sure that this ice can get bounced now. R&D once again unprotected. Still no multi-axis showing from the runner's side, but
Before your turn starts,
around 3 points, so that is threatening. Okay, we see the stone chip get popped for a draw here.
Okay. I'm not seeing measured response in hand anymore either.
Interesting. I think,
Must have been
perhaps
pitched.
giving up on the plan? Well, the other thing is with Basalt still in the deck in hand, a Basalt Steel can give a measured response back, which might be an angle.
Mm-hmm.
present hand?
Yep, that's certainly true. Now the game becomes quite fragile, I believe, right? Like, Fa, of course, needs to score this basalt to get to 7 points, but if that basalt gets stolen, I don't know if Fa is going to be on 3 basalt. I doubt it, because that means you're more susceptible to things like deep dive and just being able to lose to 3 points. But it's going to be exceptionally difficult if that basalt gets stolen by Yasser for Fa to be able to close it out, because the scoring pattern is probably going to be 4 agendas, which is borderline impossible, I feel like, in this matchup. So there's a
Probably.
really small window here that Fa has to be able to score this basalt, and it is in hand. So the tension here is going to be really, really high here, and surely have a pretty splashy finish.
Play copulation.
Okay, we see Cupulation come down. So multi-access, maybe not the most obvious type, but multi-access is showing.
I'll clean getaway R&D.
Queen Getaway into R&D, our new dirty laundry of this day and age.
Sorry, how many credits were you at on the before the
I
Queen
was-
Getaways was successful?
I was on.
I believe we're just tracking how much money gets added from the getaway. I think we're short a few credits.
I don't remember. I think I was on 8. I don't remember.
What do you mean by short a few credits? Not
I
following.
think on success. Oh, I believe Fa may be thinking about whether to use the transport monopoly to deny the 6 credits from Queen Getaway here.
That's right. Okay, that makes sense.
Is like checking the stream legal like a thing we can do?
Neil and Cody.
That's an pretty important swing here.
I'm sorry. What did I do?
It wouldn't be denying, because I
I
believe
know it's click 2.
HQ is
Not
the
the
mark.
mark. Yeah.
No, wait, how many credits I have?
Yeah, because he clean getaway and he added 6 to his credit pool, but I think like
We do hear
the
it.
translation might be
Okay, so is this your turn? Or
Oh,
is
no, we
this
don't,
the
actually.
previous?
No, more. I had a career period down.
like just it happened just now, so it
Yeah,
just
it should be,
be
like,
lagging.
very
It should
So
be
what do you think you
lagging.
do here, Neil?
So I
This is a pretty
see,
fascinating fork or decision
A little
point.
bit more forward. More forward. More forward. More forward. More forward.
That's a good question. I think it depends on what's in hand.
Way more.
I think it's probably worth using the counter here. I'm not totally sure that's what they're discussing, but
So this is the beginning of turn, right?
I do feel that I would consider using the counter here quite strongly, because
Oh, I had
the
6.
7 credits
So I did
is,
very
you know, notably just below the measured
Because I spent
response
all the
threshold.
clean getaway credits from Mystic. So I'm going to play Copulation. I'm going to be down 6. Yeah, Copulation, down to 6. And then clean getaway, spend 3 from here. I don't know what I did here. So I should be on 12.
Okay, so that takes you. You go to 3, and you go up to 9 from the clean getaway. Or
Another thing that I'm thinking about here, Neil, is
So
if you use it now, you're not able to use it later to potentially preserve the Earth Station flip if you were to run, jam the basalt. So while it
That
might,
is a good point.
actually help with that run in terms of some econ, it's probably not going to help you win the game.
yeah, I can see.
Yeah. Okay, we're hearing from
Click 4 also, don't you?
tournament organizers that Yasser forgot his credit count, so we were just sorting that out. But I believe this is what I was also expecting it to be.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you're absolutely right. Transport Monopoly is is going to serve the purpose of a defense upgrade now.
Advance, and then install ping 1.
Could be it. HQ.
Okay, and here we go.
Should have done it. That's fine.
Fa presenting audio. Or I'm sorry, I just read audio. Fa presenting lethal.
Yeah.
An install advance, and I believe a seamless is in hand. So,
I'm gonna pop this one. It's on my.
Yasser had a window there to be able to potentially use the cup and charge HQ for a legwork at home. However, Fa was able to get that agenda into the remote, which now means that Yasser has to solve this puzzle. It's run HQ twice and then the remote once. And I believe that Afshar went on the remote, and there's currently no decoder on the table. So this might be a puzzle that cannot be solved.
You're on 12 credits? Okay.
That's right.
Well, there's always the R&D is still fresh. You can
Mhm.
always steal and bounce. But that's not great odds unless you have a way to improve that.
Yeah. It does seem like Yasser not finding any of his multi-axis. Well, there is a single copulation, which at this point we know is not going to be adding value.
Oh, interesting. So we're taking money, playing gamble here.
Mm-hmm.
And HQ is the mark, which is helpful. Okay, boomerang on.
There it is. He's saying, you know what?
Oh, just gonna run the remote once. Okay, you can afford it.
That's how you solve it.
I'll pay 6.
Okay. That's a descent.
It's a descent. Okay.
Oh, fascinating. I thought they had installed the...
This is what?
I thought they installed the Afshar. Or maybe that was a descent the whole time.
No, we definitely saw an Afshar as well. Okay, and taking the basalt.
Yeah, no Hermes trigger.
This is a
Fa
tough...
choosing what to add back to hand.
That's right.
So there could be a measured response
Yep.
line. We
Measured
don't see what was
response
added to
comes
hand.
back to hand.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Now, here is sort of the nightmare scenario. Right now, Fa has to score, and again, we don't know the full agenda suite, but if they're only on 2 basalt, they have to score 2 more agendas before Yasser touches 1. Very, very tough situation here. We're seeing an anthill, so anthill jamming in the remote is very likely, and I think Fa is potentially on a oops double measured line.
Yeah. This is going to be an exciting finish either way. So Yasser's got 1 click left. Looks like it is draw and discarding Hermes. Yasser looks to be on, is that 4 cards?
Click 1 draw.
It's either 4 or 5, but 1 measured response will not kill.
Click 2
Okay, so we see the anthill get jammed here.
Click 3 install.
And yet another, our ice back on R&D. I think we've installed ice on R&D for the 4th time now, and it has not been rezzed before being bounced. Okay, $2 on Mamie, 3 credits in the credit pool. The runner can put themselves in danger by running here. The corp on 10 credits, enough to play 2 measured responses.
4 to break. No, 3 to break that guy. No, 4. Click 1, I'll draw. Draw 3 on 1.
Click 1, verbal. Looks at 3 and bottoms 1.
If you're the runner now, what are you looking for in this draw?
Well, I'm looking at my credit totals, effectively 6, 8 with Mystic. I'm probably looking for just some more tempo to keep the pressure high. I wouldn't be that interested in actually charging down that remote. I think at this point, I'm probably just looking for enough gas to just be able to consistently run R&D and HQ effectively every turn.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it also, if I'm not mistaken, the peer review hid measured response the second time. So I don't believe the runner knows about measured response being in the deck. So
Interesting.
that's something to think about here.
I'll install Paladin.
Okay, it looks like we just hit 10 minutes, 10-minute warning in the round, which I think will be an issue with this game. And we see a Paladin come down, which makes me think there's a twinning somewhere in that stack of cards.
Yeah, and the runner can tend to take a beat here and slow down, build up that tempo you were talking about.
Auto draw, mandatory draw.
And just, okay, we see the Corp drawing off-world. So another agenda in hand, one of those 2-pointers, if our assumption about the agenda composition is correct.
Click one draw.
Okay, interesting. I think we see a KPI there.
Yep, key performance indicator is one of the new cards in this set. Modal, very exciting. Sokka's World Champ card. It just does a little bit of everything. I'm a big fan of this card.
Yeah, this is really interesting. So Fa drawing there for click 1 implies to me that they're digging for measured response, right? I think that they really want to find their second measured and make sure that there's a kill threat, especially with the runner on, there's 6 credits on the board, including the 3 from the no free lunch there. So this is a pretty interesting window that, if they have the double measured in hand, I think Fa can be very creative in terms of how they think about this. Interestingly, looks like they jam the agenda.
Okay.
Click 3.
All right, plays the KPI. Now this is actually a great. Oh, and it just shows the advancement. Fascinating.
Okay.
I didn't think about putting the advancement on. Oh, doesn't matter. It's throwing it on HQ.
Installing ice for free with KPI.
Just value. Look at that. What is that? A single click and a credit gave you value of an advancement, which is a click and a credit, 2 credits for the install, and a click. That's just value town.
I wonder if there's an element of kind of, probably not. So when we go to time, if there's no decided winner by the end, agenda points matter. So here, Fa going to 6 does change that dynamic a little bit. I doubt that's a consideration with this much time left, but
it certainly could be. I think top tier, highly competitive players are sort of always keeping a mental model and a note of where do we sit within the round and making sure to play to that out if it does come up. I think the pace of play here has been fast enough that we'll certainly have some type of finish, but I'd believe it that that's a consideration here.
5, 6, about the same. Alright, there's only a few cards that can save me. Click 1.
Okay, click 1 verbal. Verbal plasticity, drawing 2 cards, class act, looking at a third and choosing to bottom one of them.
almost an obvious choice.
Looks like we finally drew the twinning.
Popping the no free lunch with confidence, ready to spend those credits
That's
now.
right.
Still not showing a decoder though.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is if you just see install advance, you got to assume that there's a, I don't know, because the Seamless never was played, but I believe it should be known information that Seamless was picked up back to hand on the Basalt Steel.
Correct.
So if I'm Yasser, I actually see single advance as potentially a threat of game. Now, we know that that's not the case here, but I think Yasser probably sees it. Oh, this is potentially my last turn.
Yeah, quite possible. And I think that's why this is such a clever heads up play from Fa to say, Okay, I'm gonna at least, even if I might be a little bit behind here, I'm gonna force the runner to make a bad run here. The thing is, though, with one boomerang gone and no decoder showing, does Yasser even have the option to try to run this very expensive remote?
Doesn't look like it. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like it's probably a potential twinning line to R&D. Now, the question there is, how do you get that counter? Okay, click 2 credit. Oh no,
I think that was just rearrangement.
Yeah. Oh, there is a boomerang in hand.
Okay. Well, what line are you taking here, Cody? Would you charge the remote? Would you twinning and try to dig on R&D?
It does look like Yasser. It does look like Yasser is actually figuring out a potential line to get into the remote.
Yeah.
Because it's 3. I don't know how that happened. I mean, unless there's a sure gamble in hand, I'm not sure it's happening.
Yeah. Well, HQ is the mark. So if we think that it's not the F-Shar in HQ and we think we can break it, there may be, no, okay, so boomerang coming down.
But
so we're giving up on, okay, HQ. Interesting. Or do we think there's agendas in HQ, perhaps? And so we're trying to cupulation?
Quite possibly. There was a lot of draws there.
Is there an agenda in hand? I don't know if we know either.
I don't think that there is an agenda in hand.
Actually, does that even make sense?
Looks like click 2. Oh no, again, that was... Okay, and we're charging HQ.
Okay.
How many cards do you have in hand?
6.
Well, the interesting piece of information that Fa now has, most criminals are on 2 boomerang. So this is the last boomerang, and it's no longer available for descent. So if there's no agendas in hand, or this might be not even worth the res. But it's not the Afshar, it's a Winchester. Okay.
Winchester.
I'll break the end the run.
Okay.
And I'll break the program.
Okay. And then I'll hit Hermes. You can pay too.
I will not.
But I won't
Actually,
waste
I'll do
yours.
that.
I think
3.
I think the interesting... Well, you can just let one of the subs fire, right? Just trash your hardware.
That seems to be what happened, yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know. I wonder, because Hermes is quite impactful in this situation.
Yeah, but Yasser's assuming that this is the last turn.
Game
and
point. Yeah, true.
Yeah, touches an agenda, it's GG. So I feel like he's making some moves to be able to try to close it out this turn, because he's assuming this is,
The last turn. True.
exactly
Yeah.
threatening lethal.
The other two fire?
They do.
Okay. Fires, I will.
Also, notably, cupulation is a form of allowing a program to get trashed. Okay.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have an
Notably, Transport Monopoly can't do anything about cupulation, because cupulation is on breach.
What?
5.
There's 5, yeah.
1 access. Come on, do it.
But we are not using cupulation. It's a
No, it's not over.
No, he still has lines. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just with Estabrado and twinning, he very much has outs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, are we back?
Oh, we might be back. Are we back? We're back. Well, we're not.
Chat.
We are not back.
You guys should be back. Yep, you're back.
Okay,
You're back.
chat, can you hear us?
We are so back.
Sorry about that.
We are so back.
All right. We were just going over all of the lines here and trying to piece together what could have happened.
Correct. The card that was in the remote was an off-world office, which Fa has just scored out. So that we are 6-6. Looks like we missed a bit of the stream as well, so not sure how we're at 9 credits again, but looks like Yasser's made some money back.
Made some money
We're
back.
checking archives.
Now, I think notably, mid-game, I think another second Kurapira hit the bin. So I think Yasser is basically trying to draw for answers here, which is probably the boomerang.
Oh, I think we see a card in hand.
We see an
We see an
Estebrado.
Estebrado.
That's a way to get into R&D here.
Okay. Oh, we're not even using.
Yep, Mystic.
Okay, we are charging the twinning. Okay, cool. So there's going to be a 2-card access on R&D now. This is very exciting. And this access, again, twinning can't be blocked with Transport Monopoly. So Yasser seeing 2 cards here if he chooses to.
What click is
Okay,
it?
Resing an Afshar that will get bypassed by Estebrado. We have a click remaining.
And then res a logjam.
And Resing Logjam, forcing another click. And we're going to see 2 cards. This could be the game. First card, no. Second card, no.
All right. Well, first multi-access of the game. And there it is.
That's the game. Ooh, a nail-biting finish there.
What an
But
absolute crazy ride.
Earth
You know,
Station takes it on stream.
I know. I feel like that was just a wild, wild play. Okay, so Fa actually had to score 4 agendas, which is just what a tall, like huge ask to be able to do here. Yasser stealing the 6 points of Basalt is probably feeling fantastic, but I want to just give a huge shout out to Fa's play here. You know, the turn when it was install agenda, play the key performance indicator. You know, Yasser knows that Fa has a seamless in hand, that she had the reserve, the absolute just like the ability to hold that in hand the entire game to be able to score that 4th agenda. And is being, you know, in that play when the 3rd agenda hits the table, is threatening the Basalt. So Yasser is looking across the board and saying, this is my last turn, right? Throws the book at the Corp, just, you know, takes a stab at HQ, goes for a single to try to close it out, knowing that that's it, you know? But Fa, you know, creating that sort of threat there of having seamless in hand, and Yasser knows this, was just like such an awesome play here. So what a wonderful dance back and forth, and you gotta love Earth Station here on stream. What do you think, Neil? Anything else notables here from this game that sticks out to you?
I think the big thing was, like, I think Fa really asked herself the question halfway through the game of what is my path to winning? Because, you know, definitely playing from behind there in the mid game, and I think she found a very reasonable line, which is like, I need to force the runner to drain resources in some way that allows me to score out these 4 agendas, and knowing that Seamless is that one trick that lets her score the 4th agenda. And it's not, and you know, Yasser made really strong plays throughout the game, and so clearly, even against a strong opponent, like managing to find that line, very impressive. I think there were some key turns. You know, I think the runner not seeing any form of multi-access early on definitely changed the rhythm of the game quite a bit. And I think there's a key moment where I believe we were talking about potentially using the cupulation on a prior turn that could have changed the outcome quite a bit as well, which I would want to go back and kind of investigate further.
That's right. And speaking of, you know, investigating further, I said we're going to put a pin in this for the retro that after the game. Click 1, turn 1. Yasser bravados HQ and forces a res on a Winchester. There's only one sub that's relevant here, and it's a 3-credit trace and the run, and Yasser chooses to bounce. Now, the Corp's turn before that was install ice, install anthill, and then flip. Right? Had Yasser continued on and paid the 3 credits, could have flipped and taken down the anthill, which would have, you know, really shut down the corporation to effectively, you know, like have to draw and not have an econ card there to be able to stick. Now, granted, I think Yasser also saw that there was a regolith in hand as well. So, you know, same play could have happened, in which case the econ could have bounced up. But the way that I'm seeing it, I think that was a pretty interesting line where Yasser could have kept the corp down pretty hard in that moment. So maybe that's one thing, or like I guess path we'll never see play out again. But that was one thing
Yeah.
that could have been a really interesting swing, or at least a different
Right.
outcome.
Especially knowing that Logjam was the innermost ice, that's not an ice you want to res early. And so we can really see Earth Station's ability being used to protect the remote early on. And so you're absolutely right. Like this is one of the cases. I mean, I like both Winchester and Afshar. It was one of the cases where Winchester was a liability that the runner could have punished.
Mm-hmm. Certainly true, but all things out the door, like all the clicks settled, right? Like what a fantastic game on both sides there.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we've played 2 games now. I'm not sure actually how many rounds we're playing, but I do know that we're going straight into lunch. So we're going to take a break. And the next round is going to be coming back around 2:15 is sort of what we're shooting for here. So we're going to continue to be commentating the rest of the day. So sit tight and we'll see you after lunch. All right, folks, we are back. Start of round 3 here. Players are fed, they're rested, they're caffeinated, they're meditated, whatever they needed for lunch, and they're back for the start of round 3 of the Los Angeles Megacity tournament here. And what do we have for a matchup here, Neil?
We've got an interesting one today. So we've got, it looks like Yichang with playing Ob and RG Delata Orion on Sable. So we're going to see another Sable today. This will be another pretty dynamic matchup. Ob often a little bit faster than Earth Station. So we'll see, I think, a lot of aggression from both sides.
And right away, I'm noticing some really great art. Art in the form of sleeves, but a different form factor of sleeve. I'm seeing some cool art sleeves from Yichang and an actual tattoo sleeve from Ryan. So gotta respect the sleeve meta going on here.
For sure, for sure. And one thing I just want to call out before we get into the game here is our new organized play structure for 2025. We can see some of that if you take a peek at round 1. We had 2 players receive buys. Alex Disintegrator and Wikinometry, who we saw on stream last round, both using their district championship wins as buys for this megacity. And so that's something cool we've got this season, the buys providing a layer of continuity to our organized play season. And yeah, excited to see how that pans out.
Now, could you remind me, how does strength of schedule work with a buy? You get full strength of schedule, is that right?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that's how it works.
Wonderful. So, I mean, we've seen this matchup. We've seen Ob in round 1 and Sable just now here. But I guess walk me through, your take on this matchup here. And I guess as runner, like, what are you looking out for here when you sit down next to a corp that's sleeved up as a Ob?
Yeah, so I think similar to how we saw in round 1, there's kind of 2 possible categories of Ob you're looking into, a scoring rush-oriented Ob or a more acidy damage-oriented Ob, and that affects the matchup quite a bit. So if it's more of a rush Ob, I kind of want to get my early pressure tools sometimes. Eminent Domain is often a threat that you want to watch out for, so having a boomerang can be nice. And just being able to apply a lot of pressure with cards like Transfer of Wealth might be something I'm looking at. For the asset side, there's often not direct tech, so I would probably be looking for slow money so that I am able to deal with the must-trash assets. So something like Info Bounty, Chesva, money spent off of Pinhole, even something like Fueno or Mystic Mimi or Bahia Bands can be useful. What do you think in this kind of matchup is kind of like must-trash cards from Sable's perspective?
Well, if I'm Sable here, I'm actually thinking about what kind of Ob, this is. Are we going extra wide Ob? And interestingly, like I look for these types of things when I sit down next to it. And we're going to see some asset installs. So interesting. The fake out going with the ice. But interestingly, the placement of where HQ and R&D is pretty shifted over. Right? Maybe there's going to be a bunch of servers. We'll see. But those spells can actually mean something here.
That's true. Cody giving us some real tricks of the trade here, the placement meta.
But, interestingly, the same thing is happening on the corporation side, right? If you see a Sable, there's 2 big forks right now in the meta. There's going to be Deep Dive Sable, which is all about, playing 3 Deep Dive and just all the tricks to be able to get in, and more of just kind of good stuff. So I think, even as a corporation, the first thing I'm doing is really trying to tease out what kind of Sable, what kind of list am I going to be here? Because, if I'm expecting deep dive, I'm probably going to play the game quite a bit differently than if I'm expecting just good stuff Sable.
Yep, absolutely. And I think that HQ Ice is really more telling of a fear of Transfer of Wealth than anything else. So I think it remains to be seen really what kind of Ob this is. Okay, runner playing a second economy run card here. It's not so clear to us what the mark is.
Oh, I think I was seeing a measured response.
Yeah. And it's going into the bin.
And look at that. We have just clean getaways everywhere. 2 on the playmat, 1 on the table.
Yeah. It's a great piece of art to be looking at.
All right, and class act for click 4 draws up 4 cards and a bottom. Here we go. Or
I believe we
4.
drew
Got it.
earlier.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like on the corporation side, I'm seeing as Azef in hand, and I think that's a Svigator. And is that a? I think I saw Angelique.
Yeah, I see ICF in hand as well.
I'm thinking this might be more of an asset-heavy obelisk based upon what we've seen so far.
It does look like it, but I don't know how I feel. Do you want to be seeing two agendas in hand without your assets on the board like this here?
It depends. If this is a list that's on FOT and more sort of tempo bladder boards, I think an agenda or two is actually pretty important because that can create some real like tempo forward capabilities where you're scoring an Azef naked on the table, fetching a FOT, fetching a powers that be, right? So it's actually one of your important tempo cards if the corp can really get rolling.
Yeah. And looks like we see a Svigator protected by an Angelique there. And a click for credit from the corp. And it looks like R&D is the mark, if I can read that die correctly. Okay.
So as the resident Sable player here, Neil, what kind of tools do you have against? Oh, I was just saying, what kind of tools do you have against an asset style list? And look at that, just summoned on the table. We see a Fencer Foino. We've talked about this before. A single pip card just continues every single turn, start a turn, just gets a credit on the card to be able to use for trashing assets, or actually after a successful run. It's very versatile. It's a great card.
Yeah, and I think Sable is also a very good card, particularly with the addition of Transfer Wealth to the game. Particularly good deck for playing Biobands. I personally am a fan of 3 Biobands in Sable these days, and so that might be another card that the Trash 4 modal option can be very powerful. It also synergizes with Foino for the install, so I would expect to see at least a copy or 2 of that as well.
That's right, and seeing a couple of influence cards right now, I think what that really cues you in on is that this is kind of just good stuff. Sable, potentially a single copy of Deep Dive for Splash, but I wouldn't be expecting triple Deep Dive Sable from what I've seen on the board so far.
Yeah, and interestingly, I think something that can be worth watching in these matchups is when the runner chooses to check the table. It looks like we're not seeing any checks of the table just yet. Okay, and Shibboleth comes down, so we can now deal with Code Gates.
And an overdraw for the class act here. Runner going down to 2 credits, which I think is a corp I am happy about.
I guess these are supposed to be for the runner.
Okay, we see a measured in hand. It's very good to know.
Only active after threat 4, so there's still a bit of time, but it's a looming threat for sure. Let's talk about this draw meta. I'm seeing a motion here that the first time I saw it was when you did this, Cody. Tell us about why players draw like this.
What do you mean, like draw?
So the way that the corporation is drawing their cards is placing them onto the mat and lifting them from the mat.
I wish I had a rhyme or a reason for this, and in fact, I don't know if I still do that to this day. But at the end of the day, players have certain like habits and mannerisms for how they want to interact with the board, and I think for the most part, if you get in the habit of creating the same motion every single time, you're not going to make mistakes of dropping cards, flipping cards. It really shows a real mechanical play style that I think shows that Yi Chong has spent some time on a card table playing competitive card games. I think that's That's a really important signal here. I tend to be all over the place, to be honest. But I do think getting in the habit of mechanically being able to interact with the board will lead to less issues, less judge calls, and it frankly takes time and practice.
Yeah, we've seen some really clean games here today, so that's a tip to keep in mind if any viewers have struggled with triggers and things like that.
We are just all too spoiled of being able to play on JNet and have everything handled for us.
Yeah. So I believe the mark.
Shout out to the JNet devs.
We will clean getaway on R&D.
The mark is HQ right now. Start checking the board here.
Keep it.
Okay, we see the top of R&D and it stays. I didn't quite catch what that card was.
I didn't either. Last turn I think Yi Chong on the corp side had drawn a Bladderwort, and I'm sure that was installed last turn, but we're about to start getting some real tempo going here. Or at least like putting some real threats on the table with a Bladderwort. We've got Spigator on the table, and I'm not sure what the other two cards are as well.
In this kind of deck, how do you plan to duck below Bladderwort credits? Hostile Architecture often an option, but is there anything else you would consider?
This deck is also going to be running Cybersand Harvester.
True.
Whoa, pitching a boomerang is actually really fascinating. I do think when you have a lot of assets on the table, it's not that easy to get high value transfer of wealths. So the threat of this game is going to be on the board, and so it's really up to the runner to be able to make sure to be able to control the board while still being able to maintain tempo. And so I think that makes sense. Not expecting a lot of ice this game, but these ob lists still can have a scoring threat where they put out these high value assets that are super annoying. We're talking FOT, we're talking Bladderworts, hostile architectures, but they still can and need to be able to score ASFs off the table, and oftentimes they're doing that behind one or two pieces of ice. So and look at this.
All right, exciting.
Just ducking,
duck.
looks like.
This is not a duck yet, though, right?
No, I think we would need another.
And just as a reminder, Bladderwort's text says, you gain a credit at the start of your turn. If you have 4 or less credits, to do a net damage. Which is...
I wonder if that was an accident.
it might just be the score coming right now. Okay.
Oh,
that
sure.
is a score, indeed. Okay, so that is an ASIF protocol scored. We'll be trashing a card. It's using the Bladderwort.
Probably going to fetch a Spin Doctor here.
Yep, save the slash and burn that was used to fast advance the ASIF. And what do you think about pulling back here with the powers that be? I guess there's only one option to pull, but do you install something from hand?
Probably get Bladderwort back on the table.
Yeah.
Hitting another boomerang and Chesva.
Not the worst hits for the runner, but cards that may have gotten installed for sure.
That's 2 cards from the Bladderwort, or the Spin Doctor res, and well, I think this card is we saw it in action just there. It seems very versatile. From an ASF's perspective, it's, you can fetch it if you were to trash a Cybersand Harvester with an ASF install to even go fetch it and then use, powers that be. So in one spend, I think it's just a highly, highly, versatile card that can do a lot. So I think it's just a really good tempo play that's really annoying. From a runner's perspective, it's probably not even top 3. Threats on the board, but yet it's just so swingy and can really bring back more value to the table. So it's really a great card, especially when presented alongside cards like Bladderwort. Svigator. Like there's so many must trash cards, and interestingly, the runner kind of just says, "I don't care about the board," and keeps poking R&D.
Yeah.
And R&D has just, well, I was just going to say,
Okay.
has been holding.
Commentator's curse right there. Not running Spin Doctor first here is actually gives the Corp an interesting choice. I think the Slash and Burn is still in the bin. And choose to pull that back with the Basalt Steel trigger.
Okay, it's turn 4. To be safe, I would just get the.
Would you consider pulling the card back here, Cody, or would you just take the measured response?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm also thinking. I don't know what the ice is on HQ, of course. But if I'm pulling, I think that's right. If I'm pulling the Slash and Burn back to hand, now all of a sudden HQ becomes a huge target. And I don't. I think it's probably safer in archives because of the Spin Doctor on the table. Measured and going back in hand is also, I think, just continues to open up more doors. So this seems right with the current board state, having Bladder Warts on the table with only 3 credits.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, what do you think of the decision to keep running centrals here? Oh, we see another Bravado run on HQ. So Ryan can tend to keep poking at centrals here.
Yeah, I like this run. Afshar is the only res here, but going down to 0 makes you lock out of not being able to res the Bladderwort next turn, which is probably Yichong's #1 priority. So if that is a 3-cost ice on HQ, it's got to be Maskarovka or bust, basically.
Yep, and looks like it is bust. Runner being let through. Accessing a Svetagor, I believe. And it stays.
Lots of money right now on the runner side, which is not a position you want to be in because the runner can choose at any moment to take down your assets.
And it's even with 2 measured responses in hand, it's a good time for the runner to steal more agendas, even if it means getting to threat 4. Okay, running the Spin Doctor now. Slash and Burn back in R&D.
Last click, run the powers.
Okay, choosing to take down. I believe that was a run on powers that be.
Looked like it.
That's right. Yep.
Okay.
Using the Fencer Fueno credits here, huge value.
You see it again. We've seen companions in every game of this tournament.
That's right.
And for good reason.
Okay, we're getting some net damage here. A Bladderwort res before the Corpse start of turn trigger. One of my favorite mechanics of Netrunner. Reaching over to the other player and saying, not this one. Looks like we drew an ice, which is really fascinating.
Is that?
Darn it.
If I'm the corporation here, I'd love to see probably a Cyber Sand Harvester. I'd want to get the Bladderworts on the table, but if I'm looking across the board and I see, a runner with effective 15 credits plus a Fencer, it's going to be a hard sell to take a line of being able to drain the runner's econ. It just seems like they had a fantastic bursty start. I see 2 sure gambles in the bin, although I think one of them was hit to net damage. All 3 clean getaways, a Bravado, no free lunch. It just seems just an absolute deluge of just econ and value here coming from the runner side.
Well, I wonder if 2 boomerangs are in the bin. I wonder if there's an option to start pivoting a little bit more into an ice strategy, forcing the runner to find and install breakers. I don't know if there's enough ice in this deck for that to make sense, but we have a Svitor on the table, so the Corp actually has access to money here.
I think you're absolutely right, but the question is, what are you trying to protect? Like, what's the ultimate line, and where do you deploy that ice?
Remind me, Cody. I'm not sure. Have these decks been running a copy of Hollow Man at all? Is there any like alternate scoring threat?
It depends. If this is all in on damage, then it's on a single copy of Thought, which is 4 influence.
Yeah. Okay.
3 Bladderwort. So we don't actually have the list, so we can't. We don't know for sure, but it does seem to be that's the flavor in terms of what I've seen here, and so it can be tough. But at a certain point, you really do start jamming behind, behind a remote, right, and just ice and say like deal with it, right? And I think that's potentially the line here where the runner needs to start expending some of their resources to be able to get into, and crack the remote. Meanwhile, that's where the like existing damage assets become annoying, where you have to deal with both, right? And I think that this game is probably going to be in favor of the runner if the corp can't create those forks.
Yeah, makes sense. I guess the other consideration is that Fueno is a credit a turn, but there's not any other recurring money showing yet. So it's possible that in a long game the asset costs could add up enough.
That's true. Absolutely. And one of the interesting things about this ob list is you can effectively just on demand pull a spin doctor,
right,
to be able to get those assets, back in rotation and continue to keep them rolling to the table. Cyber Sand Harvester, a 2 credit card means that you can fetch your Bladderworts, on demand, and due to the new no change in game state rule, you can fetch it without actually having any, I forget what it is, probably power counters on the card.
Oh, correct. It is power counters. But we're seeing an interesting. So we saw a bit of a shortcut, a Carpe Diem being played, and a run was made on archives to get the click back and get the Carpe Diem money. And now the runner taking down a Bladderwort. Also, I checked. Sorry, Cyber Sand is actually credits are placed directly on the card.
And here it goes.
Okay.
Yep. Pulling back another. And this will dip below 4 credits at the start of the turn. So we're going to have another net damage here. Looks like 2 net damage.
All right. Now we're playing Netrunner.
Oh yeah, we're gaming now. Now, interestingly, if I'm the corp, I'm probably going to be icing one of those.
Say more about that. Is it as the source of your money, or is it as the source of your disruption?
I think it's disruption. I think at this port, it might not be that big of a deal, to be honest. But I guess what I'm thinking about is, they won't stick, right? They won't stick at all if they're just like left uniced. And I think having one consistent net damage a turn can actually pose a pretty annoying threat. If you knock out a breaker, I think what it does is it forces the runner to start getting your breakers down. It starts forcing the runner to play potentially. Oh, and there we go. There's a breaker and a Hermes, 2 hugely impactful cards.
Excellent hits there.
Yeah. So I think that's probably the line here is, it's just a single net damage, and in a vacuum, whatever, doesn't feel that impactful. But I think as you start stacking it up over a given game, that's real tempo that's actually, being lost. So we'll see what actually happens here. If the cards don't get iced, it is absolutely, fascinating. But it is not getting iced, and in fact, it's getting destroyed.
Oh no, the extract is on the face down. Okay.
Okay.
It's 2 clicks for 6 credits, I believe, by doing this.
Okay, what does this tell you though?
So, a couple things. One is we want to keep the cards that are already on the board. We think they're important. In fact, we're icing that Svidagor Angelique server as well.
Yeah.
And we also feel like we need to be on money. Maybe we want. Okay, no, the ice is actually going on the card installed turn 1, which we still don't know what it is, I believe.
Well, I think that extract does tell you what that card is, which means you need to have money to be able to res a hostile architecture.
Yeah. That seems sensible. Yeah, a good turn one install because it's hard to pay for to trash.
And so Resing Hostile will get you down to 4 credits. It's not going to get you down to Bladderwort range.
And the other assets we know are 0 cost. That doesn't help. Maybe.
Oh, this
Okay.
is pretty fascinating. This might actually be really good for the runner because it will get
Interesting.
the corporation down to Bladderwort range, but at the end of the day, a 6 credit swing means you can just go run and trash them. A big res envelopment getting res here.
Development.
And the run.
Yep, and that'll bounce.
Who do you think that exchange favors?
That's a great question, and I don't know. You know, you're not currently in hostile architecture territory, so unfortunately, you're not going to be able to res that this turn. And right now, if I'm the runner, spend your clicks, go and trash those Bladderworts. I think that's a pretty great swing in favor of the runner.
Yeah, I think I'm also not sure about the answer to my question, but I think if I, as the runner, had reason to believe that was envelopment, I think I would make that kind of play. Interesting. Buy bans on archives.
I think you just need the card draw here.
But like giving up the opportunity to use the 4 credit trash, notably.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be a 2 credit or 2 cards plus potentially
Install.
an install using the fencer.
Do we miss a class act trigger here? Oh, okay. So the idea is to get the money back immediately with Info Bounty.
Oh, fascinating. So cool.
Does that work? Info Bounty says, yes, it does. When a run on your mark ends, you gain 2 if you breach the server during that run.
That's a pretty cool kickflip. I certainly have never done.
And I didn't see whether we did, but we could have used Fueno money there.
That was, I think, first act first. Yeah, so I'm this many.
It would have been a kickflip with extra style.
Okay. Click for another buy a ban.
Okay, we've got another one for the remotes.
Yeah, that's right. I think the runner just drew that.
Okay. Oh no, are we? Oh no, we are running the Bladderworts. Okay.
And I'll put 4 credits on here for trashing, and then spend 3 to trash.
Yeah, I think this is a good example of, with these modal cards, sometimes players can fall into the pattern of always using the 2 options that are useful in the most scenarios, but it's always good to be aware of all the modalities.
Yeah, so many of them. So many credits. Sure. 2 and fencer.
I bet the corporation would have loved to see an extra credit in this board state.
Yeah.
Although I'm not sure if they wanted to go down to 0 credits, but 2 additional meat out of the hand would have been nice there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet the corporation's thinking about resing a Sphedagore here.
I will do a mandatory draw. Oh, this one minus first. Mandatory draw. Okay.
Choosing not to trash the HQ ice to pull a 4-coster.
Well, I suppose we know a group here is in the bin, and so this envelopment might actually be quite reasonable if you don't need money right now.
Yeah, it's an absolutely great call.
Anthill in the hand. I would love to make that stick, I'm sure.
It looks like Tithe is the ice. Tithe, a great card in Ob. 1 cost, being able to go fetch a Spin Doctor on demand with an extra 3 credits on a Sphigutor trash or an Extract trash. Just a great piece of ice. And there it is. Goes on R&D.
Fencer, mark. R&D.
Mark is R&D, so
First click is
Just in time, looks like. So a concept I think about, Cody, when playing Sable is what is like the minimal board state I need to be able to win the game? How far do you think we are here? Because we're dealing with assets. We've got a pretty decent setup. Info Bounty, Fueno. It's honestly going quite a distance.
You got a great point, and I think that's one of the reasons why Sable's so popular right now, and it does a pretty darn good job handling assets. And the most important card here is Info Bounty. 2 credits clicklessly, if it lands early enough, can honestly be one of the most impactful, just cards of the entire game. And we're going to see it here. Being able to force this res, totally fine. Right, but at the end of the day, you're going to be getting back 2 credits on this and a click on the access for a successful run. It's just tons of value and tempo. So we're going to see some more damage here. Tithe getting res for 1 credit. It's got 2 subs. Deal 1 net damage, and the corp gains 1 credit.
Yeah, always a great piece of ice. Hitting a nuke, a pretty good hit.
Yeah, that's a fantastic hit, especially in a deck that's got needs to worry about damage. Being able to burst up with Nuka is such an important card, and continuing to see this just blue wave of chips continuing to grow on the runner's side. It's got to be nerve-wracking as a corporation here.
Yeah, and there's a certain power move to not switching over to denominations of 5 and just amassing a war chest in front of the corp. Okay, we see Stone Ship, a common tech card these days to deal with all the damage threats in the meta, such as this corporation.
That's right, and you bring up a good point, right? There's net damage, there's meat damage, there's core damage, and emotional damage. And are we looking at 3 measured in hand? I see the card getting shuffled on the corpse side.
We know about 2 for sure. No, I don't think there's. I think there's 2 Cybers hand in hand.
Okay, that might be it. They look similar in terms of color.
Oh, you might be right.
No.
Hard to say.
Okay. This server that was created on turn 2, I believe, is finally getting res. Figator. It's great. What an absolute ob card. It's just a powerhouse. If I'm the runner, I'm thinking that's got to go. Especially with a envelopment that's ticking down. Eventually that's going to become, effectively pointless here. So that's got to be a target for Svigator. So if I'm thinking, what are my must trash assets? Svigator is definitely on that list.
That's true. I think we also know that the corp has Sudagor in hand. I believe the runner saw one at some point.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we're seeing a wall-to-wall in hand.
Okay. That's a good one.
Probably not a 3 of in this list, but maybe this list is more of a tempo kind of scoring list.
Is that a Hearts and Minds as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Hearts and Minds, and I think that was an Akhet that.
Yeah, I think that was Akhet. Okay. Okay. So now the corpse got some threats. Did you see what the last install was?
I didn't.
Okay, because I believe there's an Azief in hand. So we're now representing some damage and some ability to score from the table.
And notably, we are at over 5 credits to be able to res a hostile.
True.
Second click will be draw.
I'm not sure what the first click was spent on there. Did you catch that?
I did not.
That was archive, right?
Yes, archives.
Do you think, from the runner's perspective, there's much uncertainty about what the upgrade is on Svidagor? Or is this just a definite Angelique?
worth it. Just one click and gain 2. Yeah.
I'm trying to think if, there some of these lists would play a Mavirus, but typically in more tempo lists where you'd want to fetch a Tucana or a Holloman. So I think it's probably safe to say that it's an Angelique, which I got to say, 100% of the time I forget to res it. It is not. It is not an ambush. You must pre-res the card.
That is correct. Notably, resing Hostile and Angelique does take the corp down to 0.
One more click.
Or as in, not resing Angelique, but choosing to use Angelique.
That's right.
Okay. Actually, it's one click. Yes, one more click.
I think we got the question about cards in hand. Always scary to hear as the runner. I believe we're also seeing some, something that top players tend to be good at is when you're checking one of your face down assets, check all of them. This helps hide information about, which one has pertinent information to your current click.
That's right. Yichang looking like a seasoned pro here in how they're handling and operating the board.
Okay. I will access the SPI first, and I'll spend 2 from Fencer, 2 credits to trash.
The excavator.
So no hostile rest.
All right. Oh, you trash it, right?
I don't trash it.
Oh, okay, so I also have to trash it.
Meteor gets trashed. So Ryan choosing to trash here.
Just in case.
Aware of the threat. And 2 cards shot by Angelique. Another Hermes and a share gamble. I wonder if this is, if this is part of Ryan's thinking. Did Ryan not intend to install Hermes at all? Because there was the money for it. The cards have been sitting in hand. Is Hermes not worth installing here?
I was just thinking that. I'm not sure it's that impactful.
I might be biased because I played Hermes in basically every single runner deck for the past year. But I don't know that I would have let it go that easily. But it's just mainly because, if you don't want to install icebreakers, I think Hermes is a very good insurance for that.
Okay, so this actually on your turn ends, I can.
And we don't know how many copies of each breaker there are, but we know Kurapira's gone, which also sometimes incentivizes the Hermes install.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think you're right, though. I think there are 3 measured responses.
All 3 in hand.
Play 1. Rest of heart and mind.
Okay, Hearts and Minds getting rezzed.
And then on my turn, heart and mind.
Okay.
We gain
An advancement.
Oh, we had a naked install?
Envelopment goes to 1. Yep.
Yeah, I think that may have been the Aziev. Knowing that the runner hadn't been checking the board, it is indeed the Aziev.
And just like that, we are at threat 4.
The 3 measured responses that Yichang has been shuffling menacingly are now online.
We see a Stavka as a potential option. A tree line. And we saw the Fa in the hand as well. Or in the deck.
Okay. So I think we are pretty keyed in now as to what this deck's game plan is. I wonder if there was no way to pull the FUT here.
No,
or
no res 2 cost.
It's 2 coster. And we still don't know whether or not that card is hostile architecture. I think I agree with your logic, but it's probably also not a 2 coster now. Okay.
The open market is now closed.
Was that both open markets? Okay.
That's right, 2 of them.
Okay.
Yep. Interestingly, Ob, a seafaring ID with a big old boat, potentially some tariffs being implied with this open market that's closing down the economy. We don't know.
Who's to say?
First click. Draw. Sure.
You get get everything. You basically should get everything you have.
You know, what a fascinating corp list, and like just a power play right there. Like installing Hearts and Mind, installing Agenda. You know, you're right. The runner has not been checking really anything on the board, which, frankly speaking, I think has been, you know, I think a great move, right? The runner has not wasted any clicks checking things that needed to stay. It's mostly just been building up an econ and saying, hey, look, res it. I'll take some damage. That's fine, but I can respond to it afterwards. And, you know, because of that, the runner's still been able to stay up on a number of credits and still be able to afford this huge expensive card in, you know, the twinning here. Interestingly, yeah, I was thinking, how are we going to charge the twinning? Well, it's that card
Bueno.
that's stuck, you know, turn 1 or 2, Fencer Fueno. What a just hugely impactful card here. Don't leave home without it, kids.
Yeah, and I think I know you said it in jest earlier, but the emotional damage component of an obelisk like this is quite massive over a long game in an impactful tournament, right? Where you know, you imagine put yourself in Ryan's shoes here, where you just saw an Aziev get scored off the table. You've been spending half your turn drawing, and you lose 2 cards from hand. That can be unsettling at times.
Absolutely, and look who just entered the chat. We see Fought, just an absolute, just powerhouse card. I mean, it's definitely shaped the meta from an Alco perspective, and you see it imported here. A 4 influence card imported into Ob that you can fetch at any moment. You know, with 2 Azefs scored, I'm not sure how impactful it'll be at this board state. The real, I think, like trick and kickflip here that Ob can do is score an Azef and fetch Fought off the table, which is still able to sequence the triggering or like the order of those triggers, such that you can score Azef, pull Fought, and Fought can still trigger, doing 3 net damage or just damage to the runner out of the blue. And talk about emotional damage, right?
I have 6 card in hand.
But with 2
Yeah.
Azef scored, I'm not sure we're going to see that kickflip specifically.
Yeah, I don't think we will. And so extract and bladderbird going back in. What do you think that suggests here?
Great question. So, I mean, extract is there because, look, now that they're on threat 4, Yichong's starting to think it's time to start building an econ board state, because on threat 4, double measured is GG, right? As long as the corp can, you know, afford it and the runner goes down on credit. So what I'm thinking is Bladderwort represents, you know, a 3 credit sink and a threat that the runner has to but ultimately respond to. So those are 2 great cards to go in this exact moment.
Second click, I will install.
Fascinating. I actually really like this play. Over installing what we assumed was the hostile architecture, Fought going into the remote, behind an ice, right? And this card is, it creates a timer, right? It's going to click up every single turn. At the end of the corpse turn, you're going to get a power counter, and whenever an agenda is scored or stolen, 3 of those can be transferred directly into damage. So this is pretty interesting. It might deter Sable from running for a little bit. It might, you know, force the runner to start drawing some cards, maybe find some breakers, a boomerang, you know, and potentially start charging to be able to take down that Fought. So I actually really like this play. It potentially forces the runners to start making some plays that maybe doesn't, you know, respect, let's say, double measured coming out of nowhere on 3 credits, which can be.
Well,
That's right. Yeah.
Pay 1 to play Pinhole.
That's right, yeah.
Well,
And then access the
a timely pinhole. I think Dylan called this in chat. Pinhole time is right, and
Absolutely.
takes
Well,
down.
I don't know. Would you use the pinhole here? At 3 credits, can the corp really afford to res whatever this ice is?
I would assume yes.
Yeah. Maskarovka would be a pretty solid res there. And Mr. PE in the flesh.
Sure. Mandatory draw?
Yep.
Yeah, how do you feel about we've got these cards that are formerly IDs, but now in a new light as other cards in the game. So FUT very similar to Jinteki Personal Evolution, Hermes very similar to Leela. How do you feel about these?
Love it. I mean, I've been playing since 2017, so any time that I can sort of hold on to the good old days, I'm into it.
Click to class act draw.
Yeah, and as someone who never played when Leela was legal, I love being able to get a taste of everything that people are always waxing lyrical about.
So what do you think went into the remote on the corp side of things, right? Thought got pinholed. What do you think that install was? I missed it.
I'm not sure, but I think it could be the anthill. If we feel that the runner doesn't want to run this remote based on the choice to immediately pinhole, and we know that the anthill was drawn earlier, that would be a good way to start being able to afford a measured response, and
Click and
also start drawing into other threats if we want to start forcing the runner to make runs. Because I think right now the runner isn't too compelled to make the dangerous plays that would let them fall into the measured response trap.
Yeah, that's right. And I think what's interesting is this ob might actually transition into just scoring behind ice, right? On 4 credits, or I'm sorry, 4 points. Now the potential threat here is, well, let's install some ice, find another basalt potentially, and just start jamming agendas in the remote, forcing the runner to start making some plays, right? They have to find their breakers, they have to get in, and that'll potentially open them up. So I think one of the interesting things here is being able to get enough money, and if that is an anthill, that'll totally propel you into this sort of end game strategy where you might actually think about a scoring outline with a measured backup kill plan.
Yeah, and we know that there's more 3/2s in the deck, and there's slash and burn. So even scoring 4 agendas is not too out of reach.
You're absolutely right. This is I think a great sort of counter to that being like, hey, look, I see you potentially turtling up here. Well, here's some breakers, here's some money. We see a sure gamble and a Kurapira come down, which means, right, we're seeing 2 breakers of each type because we saw Kurapira hit the bin earlier.
Yep, and it is indeed the anthill. Also, notably, those twinning counters, we are on 2 twinning counters, and so Ryan does have the ability to start threatening some steals soon with 2 breakers showing. And another agenda in hand, so it looks like Aziev slash and burn are both in hand right now.
Yeah, we're not quite in a position to be scoring that because there's no way to be able to trash a 1 coster to, I'm sorry, yeah, a 1 coster to be able to fetch the 3rd spin. As a commentator of this game, I love that Yichang is showing all of the RFG card, but it's rare for me to put the RFG play space in the scoring agenda, or like the score area, just right in front of the rest of the ice. That's certainly new to me. But I like it as a commentator. We get to see everything that's RFG'd and in the score area. Oh, look at this! And
so we want to do it. Okay,
fascinating. Scoring an Azef. It does appear that we are so back.
All right, can someone in chat confirm you can still hear us?
Wonderful. Okay, so we're seeing what happened here with that line. It looks like Slash and Burn scored the Azef, as we saw, and trashing the HQ ice and slapping an Afshar on archives, which is fascinating given Shibboleth is on the table.
I think it might be the measured response fork here. Does maybe Yichang believes that a steal here and 2 credits is enough to enough to help land the measured responses.
But they were already on 4 points, but yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, I don't think this. I think the steal is just to go, or it's just to goad the run because the run is necessary, not for threat.
Right. Understand.
Yeah.
Transfer of wealth.
All right. The now unprotected HQ attacked with a transfer of wealth. This is one way to make measured responses harder to use.
So
Yeah, you can access. You want twinning or?
hold on.
That's certainly true, and
And tag.
That was
this might be the nail in the coffin, so to speak. Here, I think it's going to be tough to land a measured response at this time.
2 twinnings. It's my turn.
Okay, and we're just getting word that was time in the round.
Wow. Well, that makes sense now.
The cards.
Timer in the round implies that.
Oh, but this is a twinning dig. Looks like we use
yeah.
the 2 counters. Okay.
Okay, so the way that this works is now that time has been called, Yichang will then also get a turn, but whomever has more points by the end of the round will take the game, which Yichang can just click for 3 credits and pass turn and take the W.
3 clicks remain, and only 1 credit to the corpse name. So we can do some searching of R&D here.
That's right.
When I used Fencer to trash, I should have gotten another twinning counter.
Yes.
Oh, looks like there is an additional twinning counter that we missed. So
Well, it was
from the trash
on the fencer, yeah.
Okay, bravadoing R&D. Tithe is likely the only thing that can be resed, and it is. There's no res there. Using twinning to C2, this could be game. Runner on 5 points.
Sees another anthill, I believe, second card.
And it stays.
And R&D holds, likely securing Yichang the victory here.
Yeah, I don't believe there are any agendas in HQ. So, that might be it.
Okay, I can. Okay, sure.
It's not on top of R&D. It's not on the table, so we gotta try. Okay.
Okay.
Not a Kessleroid.
HQ.
Oh, do you use twinning?
No, I spent it on R&D.
Oh, I see.
I have no more twinning counters. We'll run HQ again.
And checking again, just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Correct play.
Maskarovka.
That's you.
And Yichang secures it on time, seemingly.
Yes.
So you don't have to do anything on your turn. You can pass your turn if you want.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Good game.
No.
Yeah,
There we go.
we see the handshake.
Handshake, the GG. Well played. Wow, absolutely playing to the outs there. Going to time and winning on 6 points. The runner.
Is it the 3rd? Nope. Is it the 4th? Nope.
No. Good game to both. I as an avid Sable player here, this is a question for you, Neil. Like, one of the interesting observations is just like how on top of econ, the runner was the entire time here. How do you think that the runner played, controlling the board state, but also, maybe not necessarily getting to the point of ultimate victory, but like, what's your observation of this game?
Yeah. It's interesting. I think it's hard to separate my personal style from my opinion on how this game should be played because I have so many reps with Sable. But I think, to me, the big thing that is different is that the Hermes not coming down suggests that Ryan was not too interested in playing the game as disruption first. And there was a little bit, and there was also an unwillingness to check the board. I think the Aziev score from that was kind of snuck out with Hearts and Minds is one that I would have probably liked to see more disincentive for through periodic checks of the board. I know that can be risky at times, but with a lot of money and with a stone chip, I think the runner was safe enough to be able to make the corp feel a little less comfortable in letting things stay on the board. And I think Hermes could be impactful because you can poke centrals much more often when you have Hermes out, because it is much higher value. And we didn't see a whole lot of accesses from the runner on centrals, despite Sable being the ID. What is your take on this?
Well, I think just, thinking about the corpse play here, like Yichang able to I think do a fantastic job of putting some threats on the table, but I think just go ahead and frankly reading. If I'm the corporation here and I just continue to see the runner continuing to just amass a board state, referring back to that emotional damage that I said, it's pretty disheartening, right? And I think one thing that I've observed is just, I think a cool, calm, collected, almost mechanical play style coming out of Yichang that was actually just so fun to observe here and watch. So anyways, I think that this corp list, this ob list is super dynamic, right? It's like, when do you make the lines? It probably feels just so fragile the entire time, right? And I think that's actually an interesting observation that I've seen from all corps. Even Alco, like such a dominant corp, still at times feels quite fragile, and just always on the edge here with runner econ and consistency, just always about. So anyways, well played to both players here. We're going to looks like we're going straight into round 4. We're going to go ahead and, take a little break here, not necessarily a break, but like check in on how the rest of the tournament's going, and what our matchup is going to be going into round 4.
I believe that's a Saka token box, if I'm not mistaken. So we might be seeing our world champion here on table 1 against Thomas Haas.
Okay, these tokens are just everywhere.
All right.
Are you gonna use them or? Oh, I see. I may, but I may not. We could. What am I playing?
Cool. So getting right into this one, quick introduction to these two players, both known for some good results. William Saka, obviously our 2-time world champion, one of the strongest players probably to ever play the game. Excellent runs at, I believe, Continentals last year as well. And we've got Winston Thomas Haas playing AUCO. He's been, he's gotten back into the game recently, but has been putting up some good results as well. Placed second at Denver Megacities last month, playing also an interesting AUCO list. So excited to see how this one goes.
That's right. And, AUCO has gone through a pretty fascinating iterations where, at first AUCO was taking down some very large tournaments in the meta in this competitive season, with a pretty interesting kill line. We saw some lists playing measured. We saw a number of lists playing Oppo research and end of the line with see how they run as a potential kill plan. But what we've seen is sort of a course correction towards a very strong dominant runner meta where econ is just prevalent and very consistent. We've actually seen more ice creep in, some bigger ice too. I know Winston has played a list recently that had triple Boto, a little bit more, quite a bit more money, and I think potentially even Hollow Man. So Alco just ends up being just a super high value, very consistent ID that really you can just put a lot of good cards in and expect a lot of great outcomes. And that's certainly what we're seeing here today and, most recently through the competitive season. But if I'm, Alco in this case, Neil, what are you thinking when you're sitting across from a Sable?
It's interesting. I'm curious to hear your take on this too. I think as Alco, and to be fair, I should clarify, Winston and I are teammates on Logic Bomb, and I have played this matchup with him a number of times actually. And so as Alco, there's kind of two paths that make sense depending on your hand. One is immediately start putting out damaging threats. That can be Sting, that can be assets like Bladderwort, just depends on the list. Or you can also start denying value very early, and that value is Sable's clicks for running centrals. Ice like Samoxamoon or Anemone can be kind of bad for Sable to hit early until breakers come down. And something like Tatubola can be very tempo positive for AUCO. Even Anemone, which is not normally considered tempo positive for the Corp, can be tempo positive in AUCO because you get 2 counters from it. But you mentioned earlier, Cody, that you kind of like Sable's chances in this matchup. Tell us more about that.
I do, mostly because Sable has all of the tricks, I think, or rather has the answers, right? And not every Sable list is sort of teched for it, but that's where I've seen a lot of the meta moving towards. Like I mentioned earlier, some Sable lists will even splash Airblades, right? And Airblades is such a good counter because it just eats potentially any of the net damage trigger. So sure, you want to fire at an enemy, you want to res a, Saisentan. If Airblades is on the table, it really just shuts down the AU Corp's sort of game plan, and it makes it really hard to be able to get your counters. So I think that between pinhole threading, tons of econ and some well-tech, I guess, influence spreads, it can actually present a really tough matchup for AUCO.
That'd be awesome. Thank you.
And
Interesting.
I think by now we're in round 4, and I'm sure Winston actually knows what kind of runner Sokka's playing here, right? So Sable, I know, like I said, it's sort of had 2 main flavors: deep dive and just good stuff. So I think Winston probably knows by this point what kind of list Sokka's on, just by probably taking a look at some point, checking out the influence spread. So I don't think there necessarily needs to be surprises. So I think Winston can probably, with confidence, understand what kind of a mulligan he needs to see here.
Yeah. So we saw some, mulligans on both sides. These players know exactly what they want in these matchups, I'm guessing. I think we saw Sokka mulligan a hand with both Class Act and Carmen, which is something that you might be tempted to keep in this kind of matchup. So I'm curious what thinking went into that. Maybe we should find out later.
Whenever you're ready. Yep.
And I think we saw a little bit of influence spend from the first mulligan as well. I think a scatter field. Have you tried out scatter field in AUCO at all, Cody?
I haven't. I've seen the list as of late that have been splashing a number of scatter fields, and I think it's a great piece of ice. Right, it's actually really tough to deal with right now. No runner can really handle a 4-strength code gate that well outside of Bankar and Boomerang.
Yeah. Okay, and so we see, I believe that is an anemone on HQ. So anemone on HQ and a card and an upgrade in a remote. Played very fast. I think it's clear Winston has a game plan here, knows what he wants to do. R&D is the mark.
What do you think this upgrade is?
I don't. I'm not too sure. I think there are options. I know that Winston has played Makoto Langit in the past, one of the few players to really favor that upgrade in this kind of list. So I wouldn't be surprised if it were that. I'm not sure what other options there are here that make sense. It could be a void, but I wouldn't expect to see it in this fashion.
Oh,
I think that's a touch-ups. Okay, so we have this could be very similar to the list that Winston took to Denver as well.
And so touch-ups implies kill list, but does that also mean that Winston would be playing end of the line here?
It's quite possible, because I believe Deer played a list playing See How They Run. So it's not clear. Okay, indeed, it is Makoto Langi, and we see a cohort guidance program res here. Don't you just love cohort guidance program in this list specifically?
Such a great card. It's just an absolute powerhouse. And you know what? I love Makoto Langi. It's such a great card. I think Winston's probably just drawing up for a piece of ice. Would love to see something here. Second click draw. Doesn't find one. Third click draw.
So notably, the fact that Sokka has seen this touch-ups, I don't know if he's noticed how this deck functions earlier in tournament or familiar with this list maybe, but knowing the touch-ups' existence is really going to change how he plays. I can never tell from those old worlds marked dice. Is that archives?
I couldn't tell you. I think we see some cards. It's kind of tough to make out the cards in the hand here, but I think I saw a transfer of wealth in hand. No doubt that'll be going off at some point.
Okay, I think we can see the corp. I think that is a See How They Run and a Reaper function. So yeah, lots of scary threats here that the corp can put out. So something that I always struggle with when playing against AUCO is when to run archives. what do you think about this kind of board state?
Yeah, it's a good call. And it is a very pivotal and pretty crucial moment. I do think, I mean, the reason why you run archives is because of the threat of Regenesis. Almost all AUKOs are playing Regenesis. It's such a good potential win con. So you have to be able to clear out archives at the right moment, at the right time. And in this case, I think, generally speaking, what you want to do is be able to, first of all, run it when there's no FOD on the table. That's like priority number one. I generally like checking archives when few cards have entered, right? So you don't want to wait until there's a big batch of cards, a lot of stuff on the table. I don't mind checking it every once in a while, especially a Sable, right? If you can roll a mark archives that, you can check it pretty often, then there's fewer threats in the bin that can ultimately really cause a lot of damage there. But definitely want to check to make sure if there's any FOTs on the table, because that's where the big risk is. But if the board stays controlled and you know everything on it, I think it's generally fine to be able to check archives, and you should do it proactively.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. So we've seen a couple things happen. Sokka choosing to use 2 clicks and clean getaway to clear out this server. The 2 clicks, I believe, to save the money from the Makoto Langi. So saving a click there, essentially by using a click instead of 2 credits. And I think we did see the Regenesis off of the AU co-trigger that Winston just fired. And Winston revealing a petty cash from the bin. We mentioned this card briefly earlier, but this is one of the reasons it can be so strong. AU co can discard it as what is supposed to be a cost, and then the corp can use it as a benefit.
That's right. And in this, I feel like this game's going to be so tense, and I want to know what all the information in the hand is. And I just got myself leaning to the left to try to get a better look at Winston's hand.
With VR and stuff, someday it'll all be possible. Okay, seemingly still no ice, but Winston content to create new remote servers and pose the question to the runner.
I think that's a good plan here, given the runner's only on 4 credits. I think it's important for Sokka to want to, really, I think, continue to draw, continue to build up that tempo. And if Sokka continues to draw, let's say, breakers and things that's not really propelling the game from an econ perspective, it can be a really kind of a clunky draw sometimes. I think we just saw a Penny Shaver. Yep, immediately hit the board.
Okay.
Great card.
Yeah, Sokka's been recently favoring this, and it's going to pay out in this kind of, okay, see how they run off the top of the deck. So now the plan, if it wasn't already clear, very clear, and a no free lunch coming down immediately, the tech card for this matchup is in play. We've also got the open market that was installed the prior turn ticking down for Sokka. So although Sokka's only on 1 credit, there is a little bit of money coming in.
That's right. And I think that's a bit of a 1-2 punch here from Sokka, stealing the see how they run and then immediately putting down a no free lunch, which basically makes that card see how they run very, very difficult to be able to stick that tag, to be able to do some more extra damage there. And okay, here we go. Fot has entered the game with a piece of ice.
And I think we see a cheer there from Sokka.
I don't know if cheer is the right description word, but
the game is afoot. Maybe a recognition that the game is afoot. Okay, so I did have those dice wrong. It seems like we are currently archives is the mark, and earlier we did have HQ. But I think we're in that. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say the runner just going to draw up. Oh, and look at that draw. I think those 2 clicks was a pinhole, but I think that the first draw was a sure gamble.
Wow.
Tough to play with 2 credits, so no doubt Sokka's thinking, how do we actually take this down?
Click Penny Shaver, click for a credit, gamble pinhole is an option. No, we are checking archives though. This was the time that we were wondering, should we check archives with FUT on the table? Okay, looks like Winston not willing to give up what I assume is points in the bin with FUT only on 1 counter. Maybe that's not enough damage here.
Well, I think what that also implies is there's no stings in the bin.
Right.
And that's really the scary thing. I missed what the other card was, but oh
no,
he is. Looks like he is going to be throwing a sting at him.
Seems like it. Okay, and a Reaper function in the bin. So I wonder whether that was from an AUCO trigger or from a cohort. Winston rolling 3 dice here to decide which 3 cards.
Oh, hits the pinhole. Huge, huge
very
hit.
big, very big. And
was that another Carmen?
I believe it was another Carmen.
Okay.
So Saka on 3 points, but this FUT now has a stronger chance at sticking around and causing mayhem. And we know the touch-ups is in hand, so scoring a sting is now more threatening with one in the runner's score area.
Okay,
reminder. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, choosing, triggering the AUCO here. We see a Scatterfield Ice and another FUT that went into hand. Interestingly, chose to not trash it to AUCO though.
Yeah, Winston may have reason to believe that this FUT is not super well protected. Perhaps it's behind a sentry that Carmen can deal with. And just a reminder, because I always forget about the particulars of Sting. The text is, when a player scores or steals this agenda, do X net damage. X is equal to 1 plus the number of copies of Sting in the other player's score area. So in this situation, Winston scoring the Sting would do 2 damage, I believe.
Feels like a great turn for the Corp here. Two new remotes and an ice on R&D to really shore things up.
Yeah, and although Penny Shaver is on the board, making successful runs is a little costly right now with the FUT on the table.
Can really be scary, that's for sure. Although on 3 points, of course the goal is to be able to go out and touch some agendas. So, this AUCO, we don't know if there's I forget the 2/1. What's the name of that card?
Hybrid release.
That's right. We don't know if there's a hybrid release in here, but that's such a good tempo card. If in this board state, it's rare for a list to run. See how they run plus hybrid release. I would expect the agenda suite to be probably 3 Fuji, a couple of Regenesis, and see how they run and Sting. And I think that's it. I would assume.
Yeah, Jinteki is really spoiled for high impact agendas right now. Feels like.
I think what that means though is Sokka's on a two agenda game plan here. You really want to see a Fuji if you can survive it, of course, and then another 2-pointer. Another route could be just the other 2, see how they runs, which would be great. But I think you need to be able to handle stealing a Fuji without dying, and I think that's the important piece here. Without dying.
Yeah. Okay, we checking archives and a Spin Doctor being rezzed here. So maybe we don't want to give up whatever was fast. So Sokka making it a point to, I think, check the board while there's new face downs to figure out where the spin is, perhaps. Although I believe this was also Mark. So higher value as well. Seeing a Reaper function on the table and trashing it.
Yeah, Penny Shaver just so important right now for this type of matchup. Clicking it up.
We might see that sure gamble get played. Nope. We're checking the remote. It's a cohort. Also goes to the pen.
Certainly can't have that. think Saka being very careful to not charge the FOT and just saying, hey, look, I'm going to control the board and continue to keep it down. And if a cohort sticks, it's just straight gas for Alco. Being able to, fix the hand and then continue to get those counters to be able to continue to draw up just creates a snowball effect here. So Saka's priority number one is being able to, not give Alco triggers and be able to control the board as best as possible.
Yeah. Saka also, I don't believe he's run a single iced remote yet. So not interested in messing with whatever the ice is. We see an info bounty in hand as well. And I think a mutual favor. So there's some choices here. Okay, just taking money off Penny Shaver. Fuji off the top of deck. Drawn. Winston using petty cash from the bin.
The corporation on a good amount of credits here. 15 is great position to be in, but that can certainly go quick.
Yeah, and with, if the corp manages to get something behind Botu, it's going to be quite costly, even without the threat text being active. Kurapira not showing yet, and 3 subs on Botu. So
that's right, and oftentimes, these Alco lists are on three tattoo bowls as well, which can be tempo positive. The interesting thing versus a criminal here is Kurapira actually, or rather, Tattoo Bola with Kurapira can actually be a liability, where all of a sudden Botu can just get bypassed after a certain amount of runs. So it can actually be kind of an issue. Fortunately, you can pick and choose. If there's other ice in the hand, you can just pull Tattoo Bola back, and you have a little bit more control over it so that it can't be farmed. That being said, though, Kurapira is such a fantastic counter to Botu.
Yeah, absolutely. And Winston, being a criminal player himself, is very aware of liability and has been known to trash many a Tattoo Bola to stop counter farming. Okay, asset seemingly Makoto-Langi grid going onto the FUT. He's here to stay.
Yeah, this will be really interesting. I don't think there's any way for a fast advance in agenda here. So FUT's probably going to stick around, but on 3 points, it's going to be dicey. You can't just put a sting out on the table and expect it to be impactful in that way, right? I think that you really want to be able to start scoring agendas here tempo positively and starting to do damage versus the other way around. You can't be giving agendas to the runner with this board state just for tempo.
Cool. So Saka charging the unprotected remote, Winston revealing the third.
And click 4 will gamble. And I'll need to throw one out.
Is this my deck? Did I just not?
Yeah, I must have been. It'll be.
Interesting. Are we getting a upgrade from the stream side of things? I might be getting a little bit of the sound from the room. Are you getting that, Neil?
Yeah, I'm hearing that as well.
Just a little bit. I like the background noise. Really immersive. Makes me feel like I'm there.
Okay. So we see, is that a transfer of, no, transfer wealth being discarded, looks like.
That's right.
I think a sure gamble was played and transfer wealth was discarded. Okay, Hansei review. Winston feeling like more money is necessary, or perhaps wants to get an AU code trigger.
I think that's right. Now, with this board state, well, first of all, this corporation turn play pattern is really important. A Hansei install just screams, and I'm sure Saka is thinking about this, do not get blown out to Regenesis.
Right.
But the thing that I'm, sort of seeing here, at least with the current current board state of 0 points on the corp side, 3 on the runner side, it's going to be incredibly difficult for the corporation to be able to win without scoring a Regenesis. Kill lines are obviously possible here, and that's going to be, a way, but it's going to be, I suspect, quite difficult to create a proactive kill line. So I think what I'm thinking about here is here's a sting. So we're going to be seeing 4 damage. Is that right?
4. I believe that's right. 4 damage.
4 damage.
Bravado, Info Bounty, Chesva, and Mutual Favor, I believe.
That's right. I'm only seeing 3 counters for Alco, though. Is that... Oh, because it's 2 instances.
It's 2 instances, correct, yeah. So the Alco triggers, perhaps as impactful as... the Alco counters, perhaps as impactful as the net damage here, given that it's early enough in Sokka's turn.
What I think is interesting here is, if the third sting can be found, iced, and scored with the touch-ups in play and fought on the table, I'm not doing the math and how many net damage, but I'm assuming that's killing any runner, right? Okay, maybe not. You get it. It's
Sting is now doing 3 damage. Touch-ups would remove 2 cards from hand if they hit, and Fut would do, I believe, 2 right now.
Yeah, up to 3 though. So I guess that's certainly a kill line here. But at this board state now, 4-0, all Sokka needs to do is just touch a single Fuji, and the game's over. So that's the delicacy of this moment, and I think it's going to be really, really difficult for Winston to be able to score 7 points from this board state. So I think he's probably all in on, I got to get a win here via kill.
And notably, there's 1 copy of Sting if he wants to kill in that fashion.
So if I'm Winston, I'm thinking, I got to draw ice.
Yeah. We are at threat, which means Botu is now essentially brawn numbers, 6/6, 3 subs. And Kurapir is still not showing. Mutual Favor just hit the bin. So if Winston has a Sting and a Botu, now would be the time. Okay. Upgrade. Not sure if there is something like an Adrian Sace or an Anoetic Void, but that could just be an asset on Makota Langi. It could also be something else. What would you jam here as the core?
Well, I would jam a Moon Pool on top of a Langi with some ice. Now all of a sudden that presents a fast advance plan for, potentially for Regenesis or that Sting that we're hoping to find.
Right. Yeah, and Solemn Storm calling out, definitely dodging that game loss. Winston almost installing the ice in the remote server, but catching it early.
Oh wow, we finally have in the stream booth here, we actually have some commentators and actually the audio in the room, which is fantastic. So we hear from Sokka playing Bahia Bands, which is great. Taking a long think here. This is a pretty big fork here. If this, obviously I'm assuming Sokka is reading, with the upgrade in the Langeet, probably thinking it's something like a moon pool or potentially cohort guidance program. Both really important cards here. I'm wondering if Sokka charges the remote, but gotta assume you need to be able to survive a Saisentan is only 3 credits, not a big deal, but taking the 2 credit or the 2 net damage from a Botu can be pretty dang painful too.
Yeah. Okay. Unity coming down.
Unity.
We can now deal with any code gate. And it's another FUD, the third FUD. Interestingly, the 3 spins are gone. We don't know if there's any recursion for assets. We're expecting Moonpool for agendas. So.
What do you think Sokka's drawing for here?
I think class. Yeah, I think I was expecting a class act to come down. I think he's probably just drawing for like being prepared to play the next class act, because I don't think he's played a single one yet, and that might be deliberate to, in case he can't deal with the threat on the turn, be able to survive touch-up Sting.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just right there, dodge dying.
Yeah, and obviously he probably wants to find Kurapira as well, so that he can actually start hunting this Fuji when it's safe to do.
Mm-hmm. Sokka on 5 credits, it's easy to miss, but also has a click for 4 button in the form of Penny Shaver. So money's not terrible.
Yeah, I think Penny Shaver's a quite an interesting choice in this kind of meta where we see both Ob and AU coach choosing to go wide, and Sokka, known for his controlling style, able to both check the board and make some money while doing it. So fits well. Very similar to the bankroll lists we saw last year when that card was legal.
Click on his draw, yeah.
So Neil, if you're Winston here, 0 points, right? Sitting against the former 2-time world champion on 4 points. What are you thinking? Like, how are you thinking about closing out this game?
Well, if it was a player other than Winston, I think I might be like freaking out a little bit, thinking about all possible lines. But knowing Winston's style, I think he probably has a very specific line in mind, and it might be the Sting. It might be something else we aren't quite seeing right now. I mean, if there's a Moonpool Fuji threat, that may also be enough damage. Fuji will do 2 damage as well, and with touch-ups and a protected FUD, that also can be enough on many board states. So I think Winston's probably looking at his hand, has a bit more information than we do, and figuring out which of these lines am I going to play and how do I land it. And this seems to be quite similar to what Winston took to Denver. So this is, he's played these lines. He's familiar with the outs here. I'm not much of a combo player though. How do you think, when you play a combo deck, what do you think you need to consider? Like, when do you reevaluate whether or not you give up on your combo?
Well, I think you always need to keep that thread alive. But I don't think, we haven't seen much influence from this Alco list. I think we've seen a Scatterfield, and I'm not actually sure if we've seen a Hollow Man, but if there is that type of a kill threat, right, then or not necessarily a kill threat, but an ability to out of nowhere score a Sting or score something else, right? It's going to be really hard to score that Fuji. So I'm not sure how you can actually afford to install advance a card. So you must have some type of, frankly speaking, like some type of line that's either on the table where you can actually move and generate some advancement tokens via Moonpool, and then hopefully like triple advance to be able to score. So I just don't know how you pull that off from the corporation side. No doubt it's possible, but it's going to be quite a delicate balance here to be able to actually make that happen.
Trashing, I believe, the third cohort here. And over-installing Class Act. So Sokka content to keep making the kill impossible.
And if I remember, the server that's uniced right now is another FOT. Is that correct?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Atubola on HQ.
Oh, we see a Regenesis in hand.
And a Gaslight on the table.
So draw, install, fight in hand. Yep. Holding mark. That's
Archives mark again. I think that, okay, Kurapira is in hand now, so Sokka doesn't have a huge amount of money, but that's probably enough to deal with the FUT now. With counting 5 on Penny Shaver.
I think from this board state, I don't know if I'm actually worried about FUT anymore. Well, I say that. I don't know if that's entirely true.
Well, the thing is, Sokka has been playing with as if there was a lethal threat on the other side of the board. We don't know if that's true, but if that is the case, presumably you need to either install Class Act now or deal with whatever the threat is.
We're going to Carpe Diem Archives. Okay. So that's click 1. I'm going to gain 3 credits. We get 1 on here. Yep. We get a click back. Oh, sorry. I forgot to take this. Sure.
Tons of value now coming. Penny Shaver about to be clicked for quite a bit of credits. And yeah, if Sokka can get down that Kurapira, it's going to be a tough to be able to really keep Sokka out of anything. And so I'm thinking, we need to see a Moonpool play pretty quickly, and hopefully it's been set up, but I haven't seen HQ to know what kind of agendas there are.
Yeah.
And the way that this typically works to be able to score the Regenesis is Regenesis needs to be not on the... Oh, it does need to be on the table or some way to have a fast advance. Moonpool on the runner's turn can trash out of hand a card, which can be, let's say, a Fuji. Or, hopefully there's other agendas in HQ as well. But that's how you can get the, big Fuji in archives and manipulate it while doing it effectively on your turn, or rather the start of your turn, which allows you to ultimately score the Regenesis. But Regenesis has to stick on the table alongside the mood pool, which at this board state, Sokka's going to have to check everything, and he knows that.
Yeah. Well, Regenesis is even maybe not enough for a kill, right? Or probably not enough for a kill. With Stone Ship has now hit the table, so Sokka finding yet another answer to, if no Class Act, then Stone Ship. And Kurapira is also now installed, so...
Yeah, that's right. And, the way that this works is if you're going to use touch-ups, that's 2 advancements. So the runner will have a paid ability window, either after the first advance or after the touch-ups. So there is a bit of a signal and a window for Sokka to be able to respond to pop those 2 cards for Stone Ship.
If you want to, yeah, you can. Yeah, okay. Click 1 install. Sorry, one more time.
And Winston checking the bin a couple times. Very interested in the exact cards that have left the deck.
What do you think Winston cares about here?
Oh, he's trying to figure out for the touch-ups call. What are we seeing here?
Oh, I don't know why I'm shuffling. Yeah. There's a buy band and a carpe diem.
Okay, 5 minutes left. What are we seeing here? This could be it. Okay, it is a moon pool.
Two Fujis. Oh,
No,
a
I think it's
Fuji and a
Fuji
Regenesis.
Regenesis.
Maybe scoring
Uh-oh.
a Sting. Oh,
See how they run.
1 and 3. Yeah, it is.
Oh, and that's lethal. Oh my god, he found the line. What a play.
I had to pop this right away. Yeah. I was thinking about that.
wow. Okay.
I died to a sting. Yeah.
Incredible. So
Yeah.
something we forgot about. See how they run. Forget about the tag. It just does a damage.
No, I should have.
This is the moon pool. This is Makoto and moon pool.
Just an exceptional
Okay,
line.
fascinating.
Wow.
So we need to think about this because there could have been a window, but it seems like Sokka forgot the window to use, you know,
Over
the
Stone
two
Ship?
paid ability windows.
Makoto as well. That's basically the build.
Oh, no, wait. There's no window after touch-ups, right?
No, well,
Yeah, the stings were.
There's no window after touch-ups because
you're
touch-ups
absolutely
is the
right.
click.
You're right. Yeah. No, you're absolutely
Touch-up
right.
can't be popped.
Yep,
So-
because there's no window after, because Corporation has a window to perform all of the paid ability windows and then pass it over to the runner. And you can use Moonpool and score the agenda right at the same window.
Yeah, that's one hell of a coup de grace. I mean, it just shows you some of the new cards in this set, like what you can do with them. Winston finding that the combination of Alco, touch-ups, and FUT can lead to some seriously hard to interact with lines there. It felt like Sokka was in control for so long, and still that stone chip, the tech card, essentially blanked by how touch-ups and Moonpool interact.
Mm-hmm. So walk me through it. FUT did 3 damage, is that right?
FUT did 3 damage. So removing 2 counters from FUT does 2+1, that's 3 damage. The touch-ups bottom the 2 cards. So the reason Winston was checking the heap is Winston has a familiarity with how many cards of each type in the table. And so he's
Right.
checking the heap to figure out how many cards of each type do I think are in Sokka's hand. And so he called event, bottomed 2. Sokka has 3 in hand and still no paid ability window.
Mm-hmm.
And so see how they run can do 1 damage on score. It's either core or net, but they didn't play it. They didn't play out the side game because it doesn't matter. And then FUT does 3.
Fascinating. So touch-ups had to land there in order to get the kill.
It did, which is why I was so careful to check the heap. And Winston also needs to be really familiar with decks to know, how many cards of each type do they likely have.
Right. What an just nail biter.
Yeah, crazy game.
Yeah, fascinating, and well played to both games.
Absolutely, there was not a mistake I can even think of or call out here. Clearly, like 2 clear game plans, and both players playing very precisely to them.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's a great observation for the day overall. Right, we're in round 4 so far, and each game has just been a dance back and forth. Shout out to, of course, everybody that made it out to the Mega City and to the tournament organizers to be able to put on this awesome event. Okay, so that sums up round 4. Let's go ahead and take a look at the meta here. I know we're not going to be able to put up on stream sort of the current standings, but going into round 5, or rather into round 4, there were 3 players on 9 points. So I think given 7 rounds, right, this largely puts, I think, Winston and Thomas Haas as potentially, ID territory to be able to guarantee a slot into the cut. I'm sure they're going to play some games here. But that'll largely put 2 players on, I believe, 12 points. And not necessarily. Actually, there's only 3 at 9 points.
Yeah,
so
and Yichung's game has not yet finished, so we're not sure yet.
There is a possibility that puts Winston as the only player on 12 points, but we'll certainly figure that out.
Yeah, it's also maybe a little early to look at identities, but it does look like we've, in the top 8 after round 3, we only see 1 NBN out of the 5. So maybe showing that, the prevalence of criminal, perhaps? What do you make of the fact that there's only 1 NBN in the top 8?
It is really interesting because I think that Nebula going into, I guess before the competitive season was the boogeyman, right? Like Alco, I think was obviously like a well-known, just good deck, but Nebula kill list started emerging, and just Nebula Fast Advance was initially the boogeyman. Like it was just such a good deck that was just dominant and strong out the gate. But I think a lot of runners have figured out, how to play around it. At the end of the day, the kill lines from the Nebula list are like very, very strong, but pretty easy to tech for. You see a lot of people playing chart room. That's why you see Sokka playing chart room. Pretty much every list is going to be playing chart room. And it ends up being pretty tough to kill, through your combo. And the fast advanced lists are also quite good, but Sable with Penny Shaver, shoot, now I'm forgetting the 2-cost card. The resource.
Info Bounty?
Thank you. Between Penny Shaver, Info Bounty, and Chesva, Sable can actually create a mid-game rig and setup that actually makes it pretty easy to get at least one run a turn, which effectively turns off the Nebula ID. So that's probably why you see a lot more players on, Hoshiko and Sable these days, because it's really strong into these types of corporations that if you don't have an answer, you just lose. So you kind of have to show up to a tournament with these answers.
Yeah, for sure. Also looks like we've got 2 Shaper players, both on Magdalene. So maybe your preferred Shaper here showing some results.
Magdalene's just great all around, just has answers for just about everything. And Deep Dive, just being such a strong closer, and it's just got a mountain of money. So it's definitely all around good, but has some, some matchups where you can kind of get rushed out. You really do need to win by, no later than turn 10 in order to have to really have a matchup against Magdalene. But as we've seen so far, I think that there's plenty of runners out there, or rather corps, that can put the squeeze on runners to make it really, really difficult to get set up. But anyways, that'll put us into round 5. We'll probably take a break until the next round here. And stay tuned. We're still going to be sticking it out through the rest of the tournament here. This is Cody and Neil commentating. So stay tuned for round 5 where we get things started. All right, welcome back. We are about to kick off round 5 of the Los Angeles Megacity Tournament here in Burbank, California. Well, not here. You see, I'm somewhere in net space, but in meat space, they're in Burbank. Okay, so we had a little bit of a shuffle here because we wanted to get some new, fresh IDs. Well, fresh-ish, but we're seeing here on this matchup, we're going to be taking a look at Jinteki Restoring Humanity versus, well, would you know, would you guess? It's Sable. All right, Neil. So let's talk about RH for a little bit before we get this game started. What are you expecting to see out of this corporation?
Honestly, I'm not too sure. I haven't seen a lot of Restoring Humanity. I have heard of some interesting decks, some that have played Plutus, some that have tried playing things like Managarm Skunkworks, Anoetic Void, Lacosta Grid, like kind of Jinteki Glaciers, the kind of deck that you might see out of Ag Infusion back in the day. But really not sure. Well, Sable, I don't know if you need to talk about that, but what do you think of if seeing a turn 1? What do you think of this turn 1 here from the RH player?
I have no idea how to interpret this. You know, I honestly probably wouldn't touch it. Although single advance, I don't know what kinds of single advance cards we should be scared about, frankly.
Charlotte is maybe the one that you don't want to leave uncontested. But yeah, not sure if I would check it either. But we're seeing a pretty aggressive HQ run, Boomerang Bravado, 3 cards in hand. Okay. No res. See a complete image.
And now we're talking. That is a complete image. Okay, remind me what the text is in this card.
All right. Play only if the runner has 3 or more agenda points and they made a successful run during their last turn. And it's terminal. So after you resolve this operation, your action phase ends. And the meat of it is choose a card name, then do 1 net damage. If you trash a card with the chosen name this way, repeat this process.
Amazing. It's a neural EMP with some extra flavor.
Yeah.
All right, Charlotte going down here. Yeah, that's definitely the card you want to make sure to run, because if that does pop off and you can get the draw and the money, then immediately getting ice there. It's a bit of a risky play to be able to just leave it naked on the table, but I think the money is money here, and so always net positive, regardless of Charlotte's getting popped via the paid ability window or from the runner.
And given that we've seen complete image, I wonder if there are actually also traps in this deck. I mean, this could be a way to start getting into the head of the runner a little bit.
Totally. Going back to the emotional damage we've talked about earlier.
Yeah. We're also hearing about, we've got Alan here, I believe on the corp side. Yeah, Alan on the corp side, an old school Netrunner player who back in 2016-ish won a regional in SoCal 40-person tournament, so no stranger to the game. And we've got Seb, a Connecticut player who's recently moved over to LA as the runner. So when you see complete image, this is a fun challenge. What other cards do we expect to see maybe associated with that threat?
Well, I'll tell you the card I wouldn't have guessed, and that's going to be Aket, which is just rezzed on HQ here. Pretty fascinating. Is Aket 1 or 2 influence? I forget.
I think it's 2, but let me double check here. It is 2.
Okay. I'm frankly in uncharted territory. I love commentating games where I have no clue what's coming, but I'm fascinated to see what this RH can pull off here. But if I'm seeing complete image, I'd be curious. So one thing to note here is Arcade is advanceable. So once it's on the board, then it's potentially touch-ups battery as a way to force, touch-ups out. So potentially that's an angle, which is touch-ups into complete image is 3 damage if you can land it. So
Well, and also it's actually if it's 4 damage if the runner only has 4 cards in hand.
and you know the card. Oh, that's right, because you know the cards.
Yeah, you know the cards. I think the problem is, you don't know which one you're going to hit. So
Right.
if it's 3 cards in hand, it is lethal, I believe, because you know which card you'll hit.
I mean, 4 cards in hand,
and you hit with touch-ups. Yeah, that's true. You just have to be able to land both triggers of the touch-ups.
Right.
Yeah. But I think that's the only new card that would change the viability of complete image, which a card that has always been cool and probably never been good.
Always cool for sure, though.
Yeah.
In any meta, it's always cool.
It is.
Well, I think we got there. Took me a little while to figure out what the heck Aket's doing on the list, but I think we're certainly on a kill list, and we see a bite come into hand.
Okay.
I'm already in love with this list. Now, in RH, Hansei is a fantastic card. Gets a card out of hand, right? And so we're looking at a 6 credit swing. RH needs to have a face-down card in Archives in order for it to trigger, but at the end of the corpse turn, you get an extra credit, which is just value. Unfortunately, Sable gets a free click for running Archives sometimes, so it's not necessarily as dependable. Where I feel like sometimes, like if you're playing a Magdalene or a Shaper list, you probably don't have the clicks to just run Archives to deny the credit. But I feel like Criminals absolutely have the bandwidth, and Sable in particular would very clearly have the clicks to do so.
For sure. And I guess the other consideration is incentivizing the Archives run does turn on a complete image.
You're absolutely right.
We also saw Reaper function go into the remote. What do you think the Corp is thinking with this Reaper function in the remote?
Stealing a blood in the water here off of R&D. Well, I mean, I think if you have, let's run through the combo lines. 5 cards in hand, a Reaper function will get you down to 3, and now all of a sudden you're dead.
There you go. That's quite a scary line there. Samak Saman, new ice. Quite an interesting piece of ice.
It is such a good ice. Very, very good in terms of, into various metas like Boomerang, Botulus. Really forces you to have a breaker, and you're going to bounce here. Notably, its nickname that's been coming up with this card is Smoked Salmon. For those that want to be creative. Silly, who knows?
I can't say I've heard that one. I will say I will be using it in the future.
Yep. Okay, so we see that influence spread in the tech card that I was talking about, that some people are starting to splash for the Alco matchup, and we see an Airblades in hand. And interestingly, I'm not sure how many, end the runs, or rather sentries that are doing net damage are going to be in this RH list. You got to assume it's some, but for the most part, you probably want to see some more tempo. I guess just more good stuff, kind of end the run kind of ice here in this list. I'm not really sure what to expect, but would you expect a lot of, I guess, what you've seen so far, Neil, a lot of end the run, or I'm sorry, net damage ice like Anemone or Seisenton in this list?
I don't know. I think we did catch a flash of an Anemone earlier, and I think that with bites in the list, you often do want a little bit of spikiness in the ice suite. It's hard to say. I think if the game plan does not seem to be linearly combo, given the fact that there is bite. So I could see it going both ways, honestly. Okay, so we don't have lethal yet, seemingly. Okay.
Love this line. Install, advance. Oh, surely that must be a Charlotte, right? Right? I think after seeing enough of this list as a runner, I would be scared. Definitely scared to run that card.
Yeah, Seb doesn't seem too flustered. I wonder if he has something in mind here. I guess the Airblades is insurance. Notably, can run through the Summon with Airblades and take no damage.
Mm-hmm. That's
Okay,
true.
we're drawing up. We see a Mamie Info Bounty, Transfer of Wealth, and Open Market. Choosing to bottom Info Bounty. That's an interesting one. I don't know if I would have.
Oh, there's one in hand.
I see. Okay, that explains it. Oh.
Now, can you remind me, Airblades? Can you use the trigger on success, or can you use the power counters on success? So in theory, you can run through and eat an Urtica with Airblades.
I believe so. It's as long as it's during a run, which
Okay.
I think includes accessing a card during a run.
Here comes the Airblades.
All right. So now, not scared of Urtica anymore. However, I don't know if there's a Cerebral over. I guess that's not even a card anymore, is it?
Cerebral?
No, it is. Cerebral is still in the card pool. Okay.
Definitely.
So Cerebral deals 4 damage. So it would not be blocked by Airblades.
And it's got 3 counters on it? Yes. Alright. Mandatory?
Not resing a Charlotte.
Click 1, I'll draw. Click 2, I will install.
I mean, this deck, the combo line is shockingly close right now, right? Because we know of the complete image.
And I will drip 1. That's all you.
Oh, I guess 3 points need to be stolen first.
Oh, right.
But complete image touch-ups is already showing lethal with Reaper on the board. So if Seb does steal, little tricky.
So you will see a Sting and a Petty Cash.
And complete image is now online. Just like that. So how do you feel about using the Airblade counters here, as opposed to saving them for maybe future dangerous runs? I mean, we got a lot of clicks remaining here.
Yeah. Maybe they've got multiples.
Yeah. Or perhaps there's, don't want to lose the Unity, maybe? Or there might be a key card in hand.
Good call. I mean,
Oh. And another Sting is stolen.
wow. That is a great heads-up play to be able to run that. I'm not sure I would have.
Well, now we're... Well, if either of those other cards are Stings, there's a lot of threat, I believe. Because touch-up Sting will now do 3, 4, 5 total.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
So
definitely dead if they didn't run that card.
Okay, but we are on game point from the runner's side because we're not 5 points or 4 points.
4 points.
So
That's right.
Fuji will be victory. We see that.
Choosing not to go off there.
Yeah, not using Reaper function. Interesting. Maybe there's no touch-ups yet.
Yeah, potentially.
I wonder if there's something like Gaslight. Oh, I think that is the touch-ups just drawn, right?
Yep, there it is.
It's hard to tell, but it looks yellow to me. Okay. Okay. This
Install. Okay.
huh.
Wow.
So the
This
protecting
is-
R&D smells like, I have the. Well, do you remember whether the complete image was trashed from hand or not?
Great question. I forget because it is trashable. I forget.
It is trashable.
This is exciting. I feel nervous right now, and I am
Oh.
not in the room. Imagine Seb and Alan.
This is crazy.
I'm
and thank you.
I'm loving this RH list.
Sorry, we have a correction for something I said earlier. Thanks, Dylan. Summon has a cost of the runner suffering 3 net damage, so air blades actually cannot be used on it.
Oh, today I learned.
Right, now we have a better solution to the Summon than the one I proposed.
Lose 3, right? Yep.
It's only a matter of time before the wealth would transfer. Those were sitting in hand for quite a long time, and it looks like Kurapira hitting the table at just the right moment is going to be a big economic swing right now for the runner.
Are there no cards in hand? Where was the access there?
I will res a Reaper function.
Uh-oh. I think do we have it?
Well, did they not access?
Yeah. Where did the access go?
They must have not. They must have missed it.
There, yeah.
Charlotte triggers. She stays. I get 4.
Oh, so the Charlotte is actually. Do you need that money here to be able to touch up's complete image?
So first 2 clicks, I'll play touch ups. I'll target.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I see your trash?
All right. Now we're doing the thing again. Seeing another threatening touch ups. What would you call here?
I'll call Vent.
That's the right call.
Vent is the call.
Your hand and choose so I'll shuffle that back.
Okay. Are we gonna see it?
Complete image. That's it.
There it is.
Wow.
On screen, you have it. Complete image.
The
Takes
image
the
has been
kill.
completed.
Oh, we're seeing so many hype finishes today. Wow.
That's right.
What's that?
I don't. No, I don't. I would like to see the rest of the hand. I do think that there wasn't an access there, but I don't think there was an agenda, so I don't think it mattered.
I think there was a neuro spike, but the complete image trash would have been very impactful. Right? So if Seb had accessed complete image, this game would have been different.
Yes, but was there 2 in hand? Yeah, there were 2. There were 2 in hand. 2 in hand.
2 in hand? Oh, okay. Okay, so then would have ended either way in this fashion. Okay. Wow. That is incredible. Like,
such a cool.
I was shocked by how quickly complete image started to become lethal. Like, a hit on the table, suddenly 5 damage is showing. That's pretty remarkable.
That's right. Reaper function just sitting there behind the smoke
Reaper
damage.
function.
Really making sure that the thing is online, and that's remarkably durable. Well, I don't know if durable is the right word there for that kill combo, but remarkably easy once it is. Once it is there. But that's right. We got a complete image kill on stream, and that's what we're here to see.
Incredible. And just think, that's even with the air blades installed, blocking the damage from Sting.
That's right. It's only during a run, of course. So on Corpse turn, it wouldn't have.
Yeah.
It would have been fine. But huge heads up play from Seb to be able to go chase down the Sting that was installed in advance.
Really reading.
I probably would have read trap, don't touch it, and it would have cost me my life. But great call for Seb to be able to make sure to with air blades having a little bit more protection there, go and charge those remotes and be willing to take an Urtica for 3 net damage there. But fantastic call, and what a good game from both players. Really cool and frankly inspired list from Alan there with complete image. I gotta say, it's probably in the back of my binder. I can't say I've ever sleeved that card up, but it's great to see it doing work here. And I think huge shout out to Touch Ups being, I just think, such a cool card. It's obviously a kill card. This might be one of those cards that, this is a tempo card, and we've seen mistakes of playtesting teams and design teams thinking about removing cards from hand as a tempo, but we all know that's not true. It's a kill card.
Yeah, I don't know if everyone would agree with you on it being a cool card, but I definitely love what we're seeing here with it.
Totally fair.
And I think like just this is we're what, in round 5? This was round 5, I believe, and such exceptional quality of games is just honestly just so great to see. It's just really been a treat to watch these games and commentate today.
Big agree. The meta out here is, I think we're coming up on a ban list here. Is it next week? It's coming up soon.
That soon?
I think it's the next couple of weeks. And I think I'm gonna ask you a question here in a little bit since we have some time between rounds. But I see a meta like this, and there's obviously a ton of Sable. There's a lot of Alco. There's a lot of Ob and Wayland, and the meta I think is starting to more or less converge towards a lot of very strong corpse. And I want to say thank you, Alan, for putting the banana on stream. Oh, it's under the camera. There's a banana on stream for scale. But we have a ban list coming, right? And I think it's going to be a potentially a sizable shakeup. But all right, Neil, here's the question. What are you expecting? Let's say expecting first, and then would you want to see on the ban list?
Big question there, Cody. It's hard to say because I think the tricky part of the ban list, or the tricky part of the current meta for me, has been that the problem has been more around it's been the diversity of options rather than a single card that feels very overpowered. And so I find it difficult to figure out which card has the true warping effect. You could argue that there are, that runner economy and the runner toolkit is too strong for scoring corpse to have a chance. And if that is the case, then maybe the last ban list didn't go far enough with how economies are affected, and we may need to look at the most played economy cards. The companions come to mind, and then the other approach here is it that killing corpse are too strong? Are there too many potential kill threats? Touch-ups is maybe the most unfair feeling card, but a lot of the kill decks aren't even playing it. So it's really hard to know if there's like a single ban hammer that would solve this. How do you look at it?
Well, I generally, okay, so the way I think about this is, I think you're right. Runners are exceptionally dominant and very consistent. And the problem that I see is, there's a lot of variation in corporations because corps these days kind of need to be a bit of a gotcha, and I present to you exhibit A of the exact last game where, oh boy, did it get you. And so I think that's, the reason why you see a tournament like this. There's 22 players, tons of variation across the board. There's no corporation that, or no ID that's represented more than 3 players out of the 22. Like it's pretty spread evenly.
Yeah.
And I think that's because at the end of the day, corporations have to get exceptionally creative for how to, I think, try to sneak up to a 50% win rate. And in the tournaments that I've played, corporations can, during the Swiss rounds, actually have a pretty good scoring record because it's a gotcha meta, right? You have to be able to come in with something where you can, I guess, trick the runner or like win with surprises. But in the cut, right, this is the real telling point where you'll see just almost across the board, your top seeds are going to all pick runners, right? And it's going to be highly, highly runner favored in the top cut. So I think that tells you that, right now the meta is like pretty strongly runner favored, where you have to be picking your corporation choices to be able to play and hopefully win in the cut. The problem is if you can't win consistently in the cut, you're just back down to like gotcha runner.
Right.
So with that being said, right, I would love to see potentially some unbans on the corporation side, although all the bans on the corp side are like very much do not touch. They're locked in a frozen box.
I mean,
in concrete. Maybe there's a few cards in there, but
Yeah, let me make a proposal here of like
okay.
how bad is so for context, I've never played with Kayambe Grid being legal, and I understand that when Kayambe Grid was banned, mass commercialization was also legal. Is Kayambe a problem still?
Kayambe is prison, and the worst kind of prison.
Okay.
Yeah.
See.
Kayambe's prison in the form of it's no longer interactive runner. It's no fun. No fun. We don't want that
Fair
for
enough.
anybody. And I think
Okay.
that's some of the problems. Like the corporation bans are, it's Keeling, it's like Drago, it's things like Kayambe. It is just, it's bad. It's real bad. We're not bringing them back.
Okay.
And I think that's important, right? The runner side, however, there's a number of cards that I think maybe could be unbanned, especially if we're throwing some high power things into the ban list.
Right.
I'm thinking, if we put, for example, Bankar on the ban list, and we maybe want to pull out like a Moshing or something like that.
Yeah.
But I think conceivably, Bankar deep dive, and then I don't know what we do against like criminal runner econ, right? I think if we actually, I would never offer a ban for companions, because if I do, I feel like the companion lovers out there are just going to come after me, and they are present vast. Everybody loves the companions. So I don't know what to do about it, but I gotta just give a huge shout out to the standard ban. No, SBT.
Standard ban list team.
Bingo. Huge shout out to SBT and the supporting cast of characters that are providing influence, providing the playtesting games. I don't envy that job at all, but I think it's critically important, and I can't wait to see what they cook up. For what it's worth, my hot take here, I don't know if it's actually that hot. I still like the meta. I think it's fine. I do think we need to change things up a little bit. I love just small tweaks here and there to give us deck builders just some new set of constraints to work within. But at the end of the day, I think it's a healthy meta. I think people are still happy playing this game. I gotta say, the Gotcha Corporation meta is not my favorite, but it's not the worst. It could be worse.
Yeah, and I think ultimately we are seeing, like in this tournament, that these decks are leading to really interesting games. I think all these games.
That's right, and I know that you played ASA at Worlds, and I happen to love HB. And frankly speaking, my biggest gripe with this meta currently is HB. My love, where have you gone?
Well, I feel like HB has had such a dominant presence for a few years. It's not the end of the world for a few months of less HB. Obviously, I played ASA at Worlds, so I definitely enjoy the faction as well. But I think they can take a little bit of a break from the limelight. I'm sure we'll see them in the future.
That's
Braun and Seamless Launch are still a hell of a card, and the stuff we've seen out of Leo is definitely promising. I think there are definitely strong decks that still exist, and it won't take too long for them to start putting up more results.
Yeah. I think you're right, and maybe post-ban list we'll actually see a little bit more of just the good old HB, but so far in this tournament there's one brave soul still on precision design and the only HB in the entire tournament, so I think that's a bit of a signal on certainly where the meta has taken it, but don't count HB out of the meta for too long. There's always opportunities for it to come back.
Yep.
Cool. All right. Well, I've appreciated this. Enjoyed this chat here. We're going to take a little bit of break going into round 6. I'm not sure exactly how much time left in the round, probably around 10-ish minutes, but we'll see you soon going into round 6 for the Los Angeles Megacity. All right, welcome back. We are about to get started into round 6 of the Los Angeles Megacity Tournament here. In the commentating booth, if you're just joining us relatively soon, myself, I go by Cody in Meat Space and Encoder in NetSpace. And joining me, we've got, sending it over to you.
Yeah, I am Neil in Meat Space, Nightcride in NetSpace. We've got an interesting matchup here today. We've got Restoring Humanity against Hoshiko, also two players who are on the same testing team as each other and as me on Logic Bomb, so they're familiar with each other's decks and play styles. So it's going to be an intimate game of sorts. What do you think about this? Is going to be our first non-Sable game. We did some orchestration to make that happen on stream. How do we feel about Hoshiko right now, Cody?
I mean, Hoshiko's great. And, you know, I'm very familiar with Chris as a player. He's from the Bay Area. You know, a player that I've played a number of games with and is often on Hoshiko. And let me tell you, Chris is not missing a trigger. And there are an abundance of triggers. And that's what you'd expect from a Hoshiko list, right? There's all the companions. You've got your flipping your ID, you're taking credits, you're drawing cards. The start of turn triggers is can be off-putting for some, but let me tell you, Chris is just a trigger machine. I'd expect just kind of good stuff from this Hoshiko list. I'd expect Bankar, Breakers, and, you know, for the most part, it's going to be Fermenter and just a bunch of money. The other side of the table here is I have no clue what to expect from Restoring Humanity. The game that we saw just in round 5 had a complete image touch-ups kill. I'm not expecting that out of Yasser, but that being said, RH is probably just going to be some good stuff like, you know, good old Jinteki Glacier. RH presents a pretty, you know, if you get ice on archives, it's kind of annoying. That can kind of just stick, and you just get a credit every single turn. Sort of a throwback to the Pilana play style of Jinteki Glacier lists of old. And look at that, a classic Ice Baby to start things off for the corporation here. So real quick, before we get started into this game, we might lose half a turn here. Doing a quick check-in, we're in round 6, and there's currently one player, that's Winston, that we saw on the Auko list that beat the Sable during the sort of the kill plan against Sokka there. Only undefeated person in the entire cut tournament here going into round 6. We'll certainly ID, and we got word that Wikinometry or Fa also ID'd with Winston. So they're certainly coasting now into the cut. Okay, back to the game now. Seeing a Hansei review in HQ.
3, so that's 1, 2.
Now, one thing we'll see in this list from Chris, I said list, but it's more of a, let's say, entropy meta here, is Chris has this really cool ring that he'll spin, flip it with a finger, and get to see, you know, what shows up as a way to create some entropy and randomness in terms of decision making. I've always thought it was super cool. Just efficient, you know, just an efficient. Why get out a dice? Why roll this dumb thing? It rolls all over the table. No, you just got one on your finger.
Yeah, Chris has been playing a game for a long time, and you know, really has his ways of doing things, and you can definitely see that with the ring. It's a signature.
Seems good. No, that's here. Yeah. Mystic 1. So Hoshiko loses 1. Mystic gains 1. I draw a card from Hoshiko. Yes.
All right, we got an Echelon down early. I mean, it's definitely a good icebreaker. You want to see some, you know, like Sentry breakers early, but Echelon's one of those breakers that pretty bad. You know, it starts off with just 1 strength, and you really need to see some other breakers. Seeing Echelon, you know, and you know, just Hoshiko lists, you typically expect 2 Rising Tide and 2 Buzzsaw.
Yeah. I wonder if this suggests that there's, you know, expectation of taking damage either through Banhar or through something like Lagu Pranwa Shelter.
We're seeing an interesting card to splash some influence now. Predictive Planogram to draw 3.
That's the second one played this game as well.
Just gas. And this is sort of what I mentioned before: is you get an Archives Ice with RH and you get a face down, it's very likely it's going to just be netting you a credit a turn for quite a long time.
Yeah, and this might speak to the Echelon install. Chris may want to be able to threaten this Archives run as early as possible to stop those credits. We can already see Yasser's on. That looks like 16 credits now.
Just gas, cards, and money. That's all you need, and the rest will come.
Click 2, I'm going to install Stone Ship. Cool. Clicks 3 and 4 are going to be credits. All right.
Just in case there's a complete image somewhere, the Stone Ship is ready.
Is that a leech that hit the board?
Yes, that is a leech.
Okay, beautiful art. I think from Alexis Spicer made the cash
right.
leech combo.
I play that alt in all of my Anarch decks. Oh, there looks like there's an Anemone in hand. The
That's
full
right.
Anemone.
I'm also seeing what looks like a Seamless Launch in Yasser's hand.
Yeah, Seamless Launch, Vampire Nasa, and there's an Agenda there as well. Is that a Regenesis? Maybe?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, Yasser, content to really defend all is probably scoring server and all centrals.
He's hungry. Click 1, I'm going to click Nuka.
Yeah, I think this is a great start for Yasser. A bunch of money and a bunch of ice. And I think, if I see Leech, Echelon, and Hoshiko, you really want to kind of be able to hit centrals pretty hard to start building up a board state. But denying, here we go. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Clean getaway.
Okay, we're calling it.
Bold line here. Whoa, no
Okay.
red. You probably X'd out of it. Yeah, there's a button.
You guys are live.
Oh,
I see the button. Okay.
All right, Chad, are we back? Are we so back?
Sorry, I can't see the stream right now.
I can't either. But I do think we are live. I just can't see anything.
Okay, well, I'm watching the delayed version of the stream. Looks like we've got a Keiko down and a Rising Tide down. Zimat hitting the bin. What's happened since we've seen a Fly Swatter be rezzed on Archives.
Oh, okay.
So that explains,
Well-
our confusion around why there was no res earlier.
But
perhaps?
it didn't, though, because it could have kept him out.
Yeah, maybe Yasser feeling that the purge would be more impactful in the future than stopping the clean getaway.
Yeah,
Unclear.
potentially.
Okay, we've got La Costa Charlotte in the server, so we are seeing the kind of deck you were talking about, Cody, similar to
I lose
Palana
a
or
credit.
maybe Ag Infusion.
Mystic.
Right. All right, and we are back. We are so back because we got the stream here in real time. Okay.
Oh, I didn't. Bunhar. HQ.
All right, 2 ice on all servers, respecting Banhar for sure here.
1 is Gachapon, and I will use it. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right. I don't think I've seen this ice setup in quite a long time. 8 ice, 2 on each server.
Taka, Rising Tide, Gachapon, Banhar. I'll install Taka. I will get rid of Gachapon and Banhar. These are removed from the game. These are shuffled back in.
Now I'm really scared.
Oh.
Yeah, the ice is. I don't know if on 16 credits is the plan to actually res all this ice or only when, when Banhar's on it and it needs to be resed here.
Yeah, I definitely think it's, Banhar protection. And, I think this is potentially part of the problem with this type of I'm going to call it honest internet runner, right? Where as a corporation, you're trying to just put up some ice and score some agendas. And no doubt there's some tricks. I'm sure there's Regenesis, Fuji play that, Yasser's going to be trying to go after here. But the interesting part with sort of this runner inevitability engine is just like, look how many cards that are adding value. There's only 3 credits, right, into Chris's name, but you've got Companions dripping, you've got Keiko down. You can really generate a bunch of credits here pretty quickly.
Yeah, and with even Taka, like everything is getting cheaper by credit a turn. Essentially, like you're making essentially 3 credits a turn here.
That's right.
Almost 4.
I'll run the tattoo ball. Okay. I'll break it for 1. I decline. Okay. I'll break
Okay.
Fly Swatter for 1. Yep.
What do you think of this decline to trigger Tatubola?
And
Well,
each goes up to 2.
There's no ice in hand.
And I gain money from Keiko for spending from Mystic.
But then, still worth. Do you think it's still worth to res here? What do you think's the thinking there?
It's a good question.
Gain 4 credits. Draw.
Yeah, maybe it's just, hey, let's you know, I've got a bunch of credits as a corporation. Let's maybe make them spend a little bit more. You know, every credit counts here, but yeah, you're absolutely right.
Well, so we've got money, we've got Anoetic Void. That actually means that, this server may not be.
Yeah, I mean,
the server may not be that weak, actually, even though Chris is showing a lot of breakers and money.
You're absolutely right. I think, an option could be jam here, but money's going to dry up really quickly. And so figuring out the right timing of when to actually start jamming is important. And yeah, Yasser is saying, you know what? Not quite ready. Oh, just kidding. There it goes.
Oh no, I don't.
Okay.
Okay.
Hit me with that shred, baby. This is why I light the fire.
Seeing some great banter on the table here. Yeah, Yasser asking for a tread lightly to be played on the remote server. Maybe a sign of something Chris has in his deck that we don't know about.
So I got to assume that's a Fuji and the Void that went into the remote. Is that right?
The money? You're using the money. I'm using the power trigger.
Yeah, I believe it was Fuji Anoetic in the remote.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'm not sure what the other card is. If there's actually a Sace in there, this could be even more involved to get rid of that server. Daniela, that's an option, yeah.
It could be Managarm. I mean, that would be just good old fashioned, classic, core set kind of vibes here.
Yeah,
but could be Daniela.
And I believe Tuno did play a list with Managarm Anoetic, and so this looks like it could be that one. That pinhole could have been impactful for sure.
Oh yeah.
And then I'll access your hand.
So one fewer answer to Anoetic Void here.
16's gonna be this one. Okay.
How do you feel as Chris when you see this seamless launch from hand?
Well, I think you got to assume that that's got to be an agenda, but last click, I don't think I'd charge the remote.
Right. I mean, at what point do you consider giving up on the remote at all? You've got twinning down now. Do you actually need to deal with the scary remote?
It depends. I think that La Costa Seamless can create some pretty tempo forward lines, like just right here, right? With this board state, you could. Oh wait, I forgot. There it is. La Costa. Yeah, so what another potential line here is they could have seamless, and then jam.
Yeah.
But they couldn't have scored it next turn. The thing about that could have worked is you could potentially then shuffle those seamlesses back into the deck with spin.
That's true. Yeah, I think if you have an off-world, I'm not sure. I think there is one in hand, right? There might be a second.
Right.
Putting a counter on twinning.
Yeah, I think if Yasser had a Propria Negation or off-world, it would make a lot of sense. Double seamless last turn.
Yeah.
And maybe without that. Okay, but Chris thinking the agendas are in HQ.
I'm actually seeing at the very top of the screen a Regenesis score that I might have happened off screen.
Yeah. Oh, stolen. Okay.
Yeah. the stream can't see it because of the like graphic over it, but yeah, there's a Regenesis board on the runner side.
No, my leech counters. Right. I'll pay 1. And I'm gonna look at 2 cards.
That's such a tough res.
Gonna be this one, and 16 is this one. I'll take that.
Seeing the Fuji. Okay. Chris up on 4 points here. Losing a Rising Tide, making the other Rising Tides stronger.
Mm-hmm.
These all get powered.
And making effectively 3 credits from that as well.
3 credits, I know. So strong.
Yeah, what were you saying about not banning companions? No, Mamie is my beloved as well.
That's exactly right. The challenge here with this HQ ice is, it's effectively 3 credits because all you need is a single leech counter, which Chris actually forgot as the trigger. But Leech Buzzsaw is just such a strong counter against Vampire and also on HQ.
Oh yeah, it's fine though. Because it's doing our own.
Yeah, I think this is specifically. I mean, if you're expecting a field of Criminal or Shaper, this is a very reasonable. Vampire Nasa is a very good piece of ice, but specifically into the Hoshiko matchup, very tough to play.
And Leech should have 1 counter on it.
There it is. Yep. I'm hyping up Chris's ability to not miss triggers and proving me right.
Okay. Banhar there. Hoshiko loses a credit. These gain credits.
Chris confident that we're poking R&D this turn, seemingly.
I think that makes sense. Now Chris's game plan with scoring 4 points is trying to close out on centrals with twinning.
1, I'll install a fermenter, gaining a credit.
Fermenter coming down.
And it comes in with 1.
Just the economic engine. You can see that, even though there aren't a lot of players playing Hoshiko today, you can see the sheer monstrosity that this engine can become when set up fully.
So that was click 1. Click 2, let's make a run on R&D.
It certainly can get set up fairly quickly. It's a lot of clicks to install things, but Bankar makes it smooth, right? Like it allows you to be able to charge remotes, and I think put some pressure on in the early to mid game that allows you to get to this inevitability.
Yeah.
I didn't pay for that. Yes, please do. Yeah.
Okay, so Anemone being rezzed here on the outermost, taking a Hannah and a duplicate Keiko out of hand.
So my Rising Tide is currently strength 2. Oh, it is? There's a Rising Tide in here.
And
so I will use a Leech.
Semasamun rezzed on the innermost. Got some smoked salmon again.
And I will see 2 cards. Game.
Seeing 2.
Dang.
And the Fuji from the top of the deck.
Ripping it
Chris,
off the top. And there it is.
With a lock on the
Fuji.
situation.
Yep. I bet you Yasser's playing out that turn where he could have double seamless into the remote, or double seamless and then jammed again.
No, but I should have pushed that.
Yep. That's what they're discussing right now. Super interesting. And, frankly speaking, these are...
Is going to be a big problem.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think I can probably get
Super interesting because I feel like these types of games as a Glacier player, it's just got to play so tight. A single mistake can really cost you the game. And not to say that was a mistake. I think Chris being able to push HQ there to be able to go twinning to ultimately nab the Fuji was like a huge swing in Chris's favor. But the remote was certainly well protected there. But what a cool game. I love this type of RH list, right? You're just building just a mountain of ice. Turns out if you can get to that place as a runner where you're fully set up, Leech is MVP and absolute goated in this matchup, being able to make the breakers and the math actually math. But yeah, what's any observations or things stood out from you?
Well, I think the main thing is I think the ice placement was just very tricky for Yasser this game, where there's a lot of competing forces. You have to deal with. You don't want leech counters being farmed. Some of your big ice like Vampire Nasa that you rely on to make centrals runs taxing is very weak once Buzzsaw Leech is down. It costs you 7 to res, 2 to break. That's awful. And you also have to deal with the pressure of Banhar early, meaning as a Glacier list, you really don't want to bleed too many points early. And so you have to start icing things up and double icing things up. And so I think it's just really tricky to manage that ice placement.
Absolutely right. And sometimes you just got to play the deck as it's given you, you know. And unfortunately, you can't control the draw, but sometimes the draw, you know, often dictates the game there.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, taking a look now at the standings, we have one more round, and we had 4 players ID. We have Winston, Thomas Haas, Fa on Wikinometry, William, Saka, and I think that was Alan. Is that right? Alan goes by Chi, I believe. And so we have 4 players that are seemingly IDing into the cut, as is tradition with a single-sided Swiss. And the rest of the players are largely duking it out here. Chris takes down the victory here, and going into... So Chris is going to be X2, so it had 9 points. Basically, everybody is at that point. I'm not sure whether that knocks Yasser out of the top cut. With only 22 players, you know, a lot of... it's quite forgiving in terms of the cut math of how many losses would get you into it. So I think Yasser potentially still has a chance into the cut, but we'll see what round 7 gives us.
Cody, question for you here. This was the first non-Sable runner we saw. We saw a very dominant Hoshiko. Why do you think we're not seeing, as much Hoshiko? It looks like the deck has a lot of promise.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that this LA meta is like... I'd say perfectly representative of what we'd see at large. There was a Sheffield megacity that had, I forget the numbers. It was like a lot of players. Huge megacity in UK. Chris Dyer just took it down, and I know Chris was on, obviously a previous world champion, playtester, or not necessarily. Well, I'm sure he's a playtester, but a testing team, a part of the process, and so a very strong, dominant player in the UK. And I think a lot of people brought Hoshiko. And it just ends up being pretty good stuff. I think Chris's list was on, a single boomerang, Bankar, and all the good stuff that you would expect there. So I think it's really, if you compare Sable against Hoshiko, at the end of the day, I think there's a lot of similarities between the two. It's a bit of a smooth draw, lots of money, and frankly, lots of pressure, right? Those two lists, in my mind, it probably comes down to personal preference and play style. I'm sure people know how to play or have more reps with Hoshiko, and so would have a preference towards it. But I think you look at a meta where it's predominantly Sable dominated. People are probably just used to playing Sable in this meta. But at the end of the day, I think they're both equally viable and just as competitive.
For sure, yeah. I pulled up the Sheffield. It looks like it was, I believe, 89 players.
Huge.
And 22% on Hoshiko, 18% on Sable. So that's 20 Hoshiko players and 16 Sable players.
Yeah, and that's not too surprising to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dylan in chat does bring up a good point here. The value in trade-off is extra click versus extra card, and I think it is largely meta dependent. But at the end of the day, I think it also comes down to just preference. What deck list do you have more reps in as well? And that's generally the strategy that I like to take too. Is sure, there's probably lists that are stronger, maybe more well-tuned, but if I have an extra 20 to 50, games or reps on that ID in that list, I'm going to pilot that thing way better, regardless of strength. That's certainly how I roll.
I think that makes sense. And obviously, I'm playing Criminal right now for basically that reason. But one thing that I'm kind of a little surprised by in the abstract is that we see a lot of damage-oriented corps, and Hoshiko's naturally much more resilient to damage than Criminal is, in that you're probably playing you're definitely playing 3 Steel Skins. You can play some number of strike funds for no influence cost. And although you give yourself more damage, which can be a cost, you get rewarded for damage way more than a Criminal does. Does that not tip the scales in Hoshiko's favor?
So Steel Skin is obviously important, but with cards like touch-ups being so prevalent, it's maybe not as let's say required to be resilient to multiple instances of damage like that.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
maybe that's why we're seeing a little bit more of like Sable in this like very kill heavy meta, is because you don't need to survive through Steel Skin, because Steel Skin just gets removed from your hand. In a number of cases where touch-ups is the like kill driver there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that being said, there's also, the ob list, and there are lists that will want to do like alco, like incremental damage in small doses, but I think at the end of the day, Stable maybe is a bit more like bursty econ driven in the early game, where you really need to have answers. So, I think it comes down to preference, and at the end of the day, what we're seeing is a lot of Sables are starting to tech for very specific kill matchups. You see Sables running chart rooms, no free lunches, air blades, right? These are all a reaction to these gacha style corps that are really going all in on kill, that can definitely shore up those lines, which historically, you're right, criminals are a bit more susceptible at effectively 5 cards and not having a lot of kill protection there. All right. Well, I believe taking a look again at when our break is, it's 5:45. We have about 15 minutes until then. So we're going to go ahead and take another break here and wait for round 7, which will be the final round of our Swiss rankings here. I think we're going to get a great, game on stream that needed to either make or break the moment to make it into the cut. Those are always very exciting. But stay tuned. We'll return in about 15 minutes for the last round of the Los Angeles Megacities. Thanks, folks. All right, folks, welcome back to the last and final round of the 2025 Los Angeles Megacity. We have had an interesting shakeup in terms of where we are in the tournament standings. So every single one of the top 8 players has 12 or more points. So what that means is a clean top 8 that everyone can ID into the cut. So what our top 8 is going to look like is going to have, I think it's Alan. It goes by she. And actually, just let me go to the actual standings here. The top of Swiss, we're looking at Thomas Haas. This is going to be Winston. We saw on stream. Sokka is going to be coming in number 2 on Alco and Sable. Wikinometry of Fa is playing Earth Station. You love to see Earth Station in the cut with 2 W's, 2-0, an undefeated Earth Station. How about that? Alan, so she going by has that really cool and also undefeated complete image RH, and also bringing Renee Lou to the party, and of course Lou's party. He's a party animal. 5th with Isuak and Sable, Seb, Yichang, the Ob kill list that we saw earlier, and Hoshiko. Jay playing Alco and Hoshiko. And then Chris, we also saw on stream playing Nuvem, which we didn't see all day on stream. Hopefully, I mean, obviously, we're going to see it in the cut tomorrow, and Hoshiko. So, looking at the top cut here, I know we're going to vamp a little bit on like the actual meta here, but we're seeing 3 Alcos, 3 Wayland, so an Earth Station, an Ob, and a Nuvem. So cool to see. RIP HB didn't make the cut. We have 1 Magdalene going 3-0, piloted by Winston, and then the rest we're looking at Sable, Loop, and Hoshiko. Pretty classic, I'd say, in terms of representative of the meta here, but even so, there's a lot going on. So congrats to all the Top Cut players and everybody else that played throughout the day. And who we have on stream today, we've got Steven from the Bay Area, who we actually saw on stream earlier, round 1 on playing Padma, against Timmy Wong. Now, for those that don't know, Timmy Wong, the man, the myth, the legend, has been playing this game for so long and is back. He's back in a big way, playing and play testing with Logic Bomb, the play testing team. So no doubt this is going to be a fantastic game, and both of these players know each other quite well over the years. So there's going to be a lot of good camaraderie and good games here. In the booth, me yapping this whole time is Cody, and we also have Neil joining as well. So Neil, what do you think about this list here?
Yeah, it's interesting. Timmy showing how much of a pro he is, showing us his cards in hand as well. Yeah, it's interesting. I think Zaya, I also know Timmy likes to play this list quite aggressively. And we see PT and Tayan on the other side. Steven, always a creative deck builder. We saw some of that with the Padma, and we're probably going to see more of it here today. I think it's an interesting matchup. Steven likes to run a lot of damage in his decks, and we're going to see that. And so as Zaya, something you do have to be careful about is you have a 40 card minimum, which is a strength in most cases, but perhaps a bit of a liability here, where you have less hit points, so to speak. So something for Timmy to watch out for here.
That's exactly right. And I'm looking at Steven's hand, and I'm seeing a bite. Excuse me. I'm seeing a bite and a Cerebral Overrider. So I said this earlier,
Steven
but
is here to play.
You know it. Steven is a gamin, and a classic PE player that's been just traps central. The man knows how to play at traps, and he's going to make you run into them. I certainly do, and have many times over the years. So no doubt there's going to be a fascinating sort of dance here between these two players. Will Timmy take the bait? Well, we'll find out.
Yeah, and notably, Steven won Startup Worlds last year with, I believe, also a Personal Evolution deck. So he definitely knows his stuff there. Also, worth noting that we did say that it's a clean top 8, but 2 of the players, that's Alan and Yichang, so Seed 4 Chi and Seed 6 Yichang, they live in San Diego and won't be making it back for day 2. And so there are actually 2 open slots in the top 8, and so this is a fight for one of those slots potentially.
Wonderful. Let's add some tension here.
So both players getting set up here. Carmen coming down early. We saw this earlier in the tournament as well, with runners wanting to put their killer down very early, even when not running. How do you like this setup so far?
I mean, it's great, right? You've got some drip coming in with open market, and look at this. We actually have info bounty out of Sable, which is such a cool card to see.
Yeah.
You're not going to be getting an extra click back, but hey, 2 credits a turn plus potentially a Zai credit. If that mark rolls R&D, pretty damn good. 3 credits for that run.
Yeah, and the synergy is still there, right? Zaya may not give you a click, but really wants to run HQ and R&D still. So I wonder what other cards. I wonder if there is something like maintenance access in this list. Our new version of Sneak Door Beta would be cool to see.
Absolutely. Steven considering the ice on R&D here, potentially thinking about different options. We're seeing them flip between what looks like, is that an anemone and a Seisenton?
That's right.
It has 3 options in there.
Is that a Lacosta we see in hand as well? Okay. Yeah, and so anemone, the choice for R&D. We see longevity serum and Lacosta. So okay, Lacosta going naked on the table, looks like.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mark being called. Mark is R&D. So ice there just in time.
Yeah, I like that ice on R&D. It's not going to keep out this this runner, but it's going to be annoying. You're going to throw some damage at it, and that's Steven's MO. Just keep throwing damage at you. And it certainly works. I can't tell you how many times I've died from him.
Yeah. I think it's time to talk about condiment meta here, Cody. I see Timmy repping Sriracha there.
Nothing but respect. Interestingly, Timmy Wong is, I wouldn't say a spicy player. He is the most mathematically just cold-hearted, calculated person I've ever seen play Netrunner. The guy is an absolute machine.
Definitely.
So, PT and Tane, let's talk about the ID for a little bit, because I think this is one of these very off-meta lists, and we might actually see it in action here. Install. Now, at the end of the turn, PT and Tane says if you have 3 or fewer cards, you may pay a credit to place an advancement counter on a card. 3 cards in hand, and there it goes.
There it is.
So, what this means is you're effectively a 4-click corporation. You definitely need to, jam cards and move pretty quickly and get stuff out of your hand, which presents some interesting problems, right? You want to keep, agendas out of your hand from piling up. So that's a really important thing to know. If you want to keep 3 cards in hand, well, the runner can run in and steal them. But in the case of Steven's list here, well, you can keep bites in your hand. You can keep damage in your hand to potentially deter the runner from running in. And all of a sudden, hey, you've got 2 bites in an agenda. Who cares if they're in there, right? Come on in.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing here is, if you remember last round, we saw Yasser struggling with, having a remote setup but not being able to windmill out agendas as fast as he wanted to. PT and Tan can kind of deal with that because it can do that windmilling a little faster by getting an extra counter at the end of the turn.
It can, but if I look at this list, right, you need money for traps, you need money for cerebral overriders, for bites, and so I think that's going to be the biggest problem here, is being able to, I think, have enough econ in your deck that creates and comes at the right time for you to continue to have these threats online and locked and loaded at all times.
For sure. I think we know that this card is the longevity serum, and it's kind of tough to protect this here with only 5 credits.
Let's see the advanced card. Okay.
So me taking the longevity serum.
The upgrade. Costa has to stay. We'll gain 7 from Bravado.
A good run there for Timmy Wong.
Choosing, I had to choose to, didn't have enough money to transfer Costa.
Yeah.
Yep.
We see a jailbreak in hand as well, so I think a little bit telling of how aggressive this guy is. So stealing 2 points early, possibly, exactly what Timmy wants to see according to his game plan.
Yeah, potentially there's something in here where maybe Steven wants to get to threat relatively early, potentially a measured play line or something like that. I don't know. We haven't seen the list. We don't know what we're expecting here, but maybe Steven doesn't actually care if that 2 points was stolen.
So, okay. Tatubola preventing Zaya value, and also info bounty value. How do you feel about that jam? Was the goal of that to, try to sneak out an agenda, or is it some kind of priming for any traps to come? What do you think?
I think that's what it is. Steven knows, Steven knows what he's doing here, and I'm almost certain that this is a, hey, fool me once, or like did it once, I'll probably do it again, right? So potentially an angle of, I guess, showing that he's willing to jam agendas, and oops, now we're looking at a cerebral overrider later on, or some type of trap to be able to really come out and surprise the runner.
Yeah, and the corp going click hedge, up to 9 credits. No PT trigger at the end of that turn. What advanceable cards are you expecting to see in this PT other than the agendas?
Well, I mean, Erdicrus and Cerebrals are the big bad boogeyman out there that you need to really care about.
I think we've seen some lists with ice as well. There's, we saw Aket for the touch-ups play from the complete image RH. Do you think we would see something like that, like maybe tree line, logjam, those kinds of ice?
Potentially. I'm not. I mean, I need to see more of this list to have a better sense of really what's going on here. But I haven't actually. Have we seen any influence yet?
I think just the cerebral.
Yeah. Oh, and Spin Doctor.
Right. Trashing Mutual Favor and Jailbreak off of the Anemone res.
Okay. Now Timmy needs to think, do I access?
A bite here would be lethal.
A Fuji would be lethal.
Access? Yeah.
Ooh, never punished. Never punished. Wow. Seeing, is that a proprio negotiation or sericulture?
You know what? Yeah.
I think that's a sericulture expansion.
It looks like a sericulture.
Yeah, sericulture is great in PT. The text on it is it's a dividend card, and if you score dividends, I think it's one dividend one. Yeah, over advance it, you get a counter, which you can use that counter to put 2 advancements on a card afterwards.
Yeah.
At the end of your turn, or end of your turn.
Right. What do you think about this access here? Knowing you, I'm going to go ahead and guess that you would not have accessed in that situation.
I agree. I think that was a very risky line that could have lost you the game. It clearly paid out. And I'm actually surprised. I'm going to go back on my condiment meta comment early. I think that was a spicy play. I think that
we're
was
seeing some of the
uncharacteristic for Timmy here. But hey, you got to get the Zaya value. I think there was also info bounty as well potentially there. So that's a 3 credit play that you got to take those risks sometimes. And look, paid out handsomely. Scored 2 points there and got all this stack of money here. So I'm sure Timmy's feeling very good about that access.
Yeah, I find this a pretty complex topic because a lot of strong players would argue to play safely, but there is also a situation where if you know what your deck's game plan is, you might know that, hey, if I'm not aggressive early, the game actually becomes much harder to win. And so going for these early risky accesses might still lead to a higher expected value of success. I remember in the in the meta, I think 2 years ago at Worlds, we had a similar kind of scary RH punitive type list, and the correct game plan was often you need to steal 3 points before they have any punitives.
That's exactly right. Yeah. And I think to your point, right? Like the interesting and I guess potential value of running Zaya here is like, Zaya, your ID says you must access. Just do the thing. And in fact, I'm seeing a Pretty Mary. Is that the card?
That's right.
Hand, right? Yeah.
When you see 2 off of R&D, you can see another.
Right. Just a 2-card combo there, a Pretty Mary plus a Jailbreak, and all of a sudden we're seeing 3. So
and using Stone Chip, normally you might want to preserve it in a matchup like this to prevent damage combos, but Timmy happy to just draw 2 off of it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Kurapira coming down. This Tatubola does not scare him anymore. Challenging the remote. Code gates cannot be broken.
Did you see what went into the remote?
I did not. What was it?
I'm not gonna tell.
Alrighty, let's enjoy this.
Nope, we're gonna have fun together.
Hey. And the cerebral fires.
That's right. Only baby cerebral. Just one. Just a measly core. And frankly, it was an expensive core damage. Ooh, losing it looks like revolver there, but I think in this board state, it's not doing much. Only a single, a single core damage, and I think the reason being is Steven might have needed to get cards out of hand and didn't have enough clicks to be able to install advance and trigger the ID ability. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, only a single core. And I think Cerebral's potentially stealing again. R&D has betrayed Steven.
Losing the Nuka, it's a pretty good hit.
Yep.
Not having burst draw means more ways to die here.
Yeah, big agree. But
and measured response is now. I guess measured response was on already.
That's right. But 5 cards in hand. I'm sorry, 5 points in the runner score area. That's it's a tough position to be in as the corporation here.
Definitely.
Right, because with a trap-based list like this, you really want to be able to make plays. You want to be able to jam. You want to be able to add some threats to the remote here. And at this point, Timmy can kind of just ignore all of it. And that's the biggest problem once we get the runner ahead in these board states is at this point now your win con is just poke R&D, just slam it until you see another agenda. So Steven's really going to have a hard time protecting centrals and being able to start scoring out because traps don't really matter as much anymore, right?
I think if I'm
he's going to bite on him.
Yeah, I think if I'm Steven in this position, I'm thinking of switching to the attrition play. Have to wait out Zaya's deck and hope that there's no recursion.
But what are you doing to cause that attrition?
Yeah, hard to say. Keep cycling bites, I suppose. Okay, another point. Well, now scoring a sting is quite a bit of attrition.
R&D.
Okay.
So Timmy is just summoning agendas to the top of R&D.
Just pulling them off the top.
Just casting a
Damn,
spell.
he's good. Yeah.
We should go back and look at this. I'm curious what the R&D rip percentage is here.
Yeah. And you kind of see the difference between, this is the sort of deck you might play out of Personal Evolution, in the prior meta. And, with Personal Evolution, it would be so much harder to steal all these agendas here. These stings don't protect them. These stings don't protect themselves in the same way.
Mm-hmm. As much as Steven has tried to recreate Personal Evolution, it's just not it.
Yeah, and I also don't know if this deck is even running FUT, which is kind of interesting. I don't know if you have the room for it. Like you said, you have to deal with the money problem as well. But it sure would have been nice to have FUT around for these 4 steals.
That's right, yeah.
So how do you think about kind of multi-axis here? Should Timmy kind of ignore multi-axis or try to kind of draw up and then access multiple cards at once?
Well, I don't think accessing from a central from R&D is going to kill you, right? Because at this point now you're on 6 points, so any touch of an agenda wins you the game. So what you need to not die to is just double bite, right? So as long as the runner's not on, the corporation's not on 8 credits, I would just be going to town. Just let it rip. I wouldn't run HQ here. I think probably and just try to lock R&D is sort of what I would expect. And if there are agendas starting to leak out of HQ, so be it, right? They got to get to 7.
Okay, checking the remote. It's a virus. Smashing it. Mavirus is 1 net damage text. Could potentially have come into play in this sort of deck.
You're popping. Yep, makes sense.
Okay. Looks like we ran the remote as well. There was no res, and we popped Charlotte for money. And Timmy content to leave this La Costa. This remote doesn't seem strong enough to keep Timmy out on key turns. Okay. Looks like Timmy agrees with you to some degree. so
into HQ here.
Accessing 3 cards here. Corporation can pay for 2 bites right now.
Successful run, I'll draw off Jailbreak. I'll see 3 cards.
Oh, that's a Docklands pass that hit the table?
Yeah. Yes, indeed. And no bites in hand at the moment.
So that means a bite's on the table?
Yeah, likely underneath that Spin Doctor.
Ah, a man of taste. Table snare.
Yeah. And the interesting thing is Timmy has shown a willingness to check those, those new unprotected remotes. So that might get hit eventually. I'm getting a lot of Zion money there, $3.
Feels good. Certainly feels good. And I don't know if Pretty Mary, is that still in hand? If so, I'd be thinking about Timmy to just start locking R&D.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think especially now that there's confidence. Oh, okay. So not.
Oh, triple advance.
Where is the bite? I guess it may have gotten discarded at some point.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Triple advance. Now we're gaming.
So the fork here, I'm guessing, is Cerebral Overrider or maybe a 5/3 Fuji or Sting.
I mean, I'm fumbling over this a bit because I was just about to say Neurospike could be a potential kill line here.
Yeah.
However, Timmy knows it's not in hand. Right, he just swept the whole hand and saw it with Docklands. So that is maybe what Steven's working up to, right? Which is,
preparing to use it.
Right, it could be on the top of R&D or something, and potentially get a kill out of nowhere. But that is potentially the line here. Is it Fuji or Urtica, and is that the game we're playing now? I certainly believe that to be true, but love this triple advance. Really make him sweat.
And this is, Timmy played in an era when this was a much bigger part of the game in some ways. So I'm sure he's happy to see this as well.
Oh yeah, God, I think it was Worlds 2018 or something. PU was popular. At one point, there was just 3 Mushin cards.
Okay, so Timmy drew first Class Act. Great card in this situation. We might see it used similar to how Sokka did against Winston earlier this tournament. How do you decide when to put down that Class Act?
Interestingly, I think Steven would be very happy to see that Class Act. He might even be like, "Great, I'm going to advance this 2 more times."
Say more about that.
Oh, if it is a Fuji, well, advance it and let it sit and act like it's a failed trap or something, right? That is very in line with how Steven would play this.
Yeah. What do we think this ice is? It is another anemone. Okay, so yet another chance for Timmy to, take an access where.
Okay, Pretty Mary and Chesve. It looks like the Devadatta drone that's in his hand is alive and well.
Is that the last card? Wow.
And look at this.
Really keen on accessing.
Timmy.
All right, Timmy deciding again. That looks like a bite.
Oh, and there it is. Wow. Timmy, the aggro.
What is the card?
It
was an Urtica. Okay. Failed trap indeed.
Wow, look at it go. Just dancing through R&D multiple times. Ripping
Steven
agenda after an agenda. And the luck ran out. Bit off too much than he could chew. Do you get it? Do you get the joke there?
Indeed. Such a big bite. Too large of a bite.
That's right. Wow, what a game.
Incredible to see that. It's always nice to have one finish like that. Maybe not more than one in a tournament, to put one like that is great.
Yeah. Bite for the win. I liked this version of Timmy. Just fast and loose. Just smashing HQ, smashing RNG, ripping agendas. One card in hand, who cares? Let me access. It paid off until that moment, right? Every single R&D, almost every single one was just going, just ripping R&D agendas. So why would the luck end? Of course you make that call.
Yeah, you also see the kind of the pressure that triple advancing a card applies, right? You maybe the runner feels that they need to do something, because hey, it could be Clearinghouse, could be Fuji with Neurospike. There's threats now.
That's right. We actually hadn't mentioned Clearinghouse the entire game, but you're absolutely right. That was That I'm sure is in the list.
Yeah.
Wow, what a game! What a game! So I'm not sure whether we see the winner of table 6, and spoiler alert: table 6 was Bangan and Zaya. We didn't see Bangan on stream, but it's always good to see some off-meta corps, and I love to see whatever Bang is cooking up here. So that might put Steven in the cut. We'll have to see how the strength of schedule plans out or pays out here, but that's it. That's going to wrap up the last of our games here. Neil, what I don't know, what are your takeaways and observations throughout the 7 rounds today?
Yeah, I mean, I think like big takeaways, lots of exciting options on both sides. It looks like we did see a lot of Sable and a lot of good stuff Sable at that. But I think from the Corp side, just so many exciting things that I think were a treat to see. Honestly, like we saw a lot of kill plans, but very varied kill plans. We saw Complete Image get a kill today. We obviously just saw Bite get a kill, and we saw the really interesting touch-ups, Moon Pool, see how they run the kill from Winston
That's right.
against Sokka. So lots of exciting stuff happening.
That's it. Yep. And I said this before, gotcha meta is still out there getting them, and
sure is.
I think that these types of fun, splashy kind of like kill lines are alive and present in the Swiss, and I doubt that we'll see as many in the cut. That's the benefit of being in the cut when we have full information, full deck lists. It's going to be a little bit of a harder position to ultimately kill the runner when you know exactly all the cards, all the lines, and exactly how to ultimately stay alive. So I think we're going to see a very runner dominant meta in the cut tomorrow. Yeah, and I completely agree with you. It's been such a fun time commentating and watching these games play out. No misplays, like very tight Netrunner all day.
Yeah.
It's been just a real treat to see.
Yeah, I don't even think we saw any major judge calls or anything. So yeah, really happy to see just a clean day of some good quality Netrunner, and very excited for the cut. Like you said, it's going to be interesting to see how these Gacha Corps fare tomorrow. And we've just got a really strong pool of players here, as we saw on stream. So it's going to be really fun to see that.
Absolutely. Well, I want to say shout out to the tournament organizers, of course, Stephen Ebry and Ben on the stream team here. I want to say thank you, Neil, for joining me. This is our first time doing this. It's been a lot of fun with you in the booth. Much appreciated here. I guess anything else to take us home before we round out the rest of the stream on our end?
No, thank you as well, Cody. I think it's been a pleasure commentating together, and thank you for everyone watching in stream. Always lovely to have other people here to experience the tournament with us, and always be running.
That's right. All right, y'all. I'm just commentating in the Swiss today, and wish all of the cut players the best of luck. And yeah, good luck, have fun, and of course, always be running. Thanks, y'all.